स्वच्छोत्सव।
पूरब पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण सब साथ में पधारेंगे, स्वच्छोत्सव गीत को कर्म से निभाएंगे।
नए भारत की अब नई सी पहचान हो, देश इतना स्वच्छ हो कि और भी महान हो, कि और भी महान हो। स्वभाव में संस्कार में स्वच्छता उमंग हो, स्वच्छता ही हो धर्म और स्वच्छता ही कर्म हो। स्वभाव में संस्कार में स्वच्छता उमंग हो, स्वच्छता ही हो धर्म और स्वच्छता ही कर्म हो।
स्वच्छता ही हो धर्म और स्वच्छता ही कर्म।
आइए स्वच्छता को अपने जीवन में अपनाते हैं, भारत को स्वच्छ और सुंदर बनाते हैं।
घर साफ है और बाहर भी है, स्वच्छता के रास्ते पे आगे ही बढ़े, आगे ही बढ़े।
गाँव गली मोहल्ले शहर सभी में स्वच्छता का त्योहार करें।
स्वच्छ में बजाते, 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 स्वच्छ में बजाते,
स्वच्छ में बजाते। इरादे हैं, देश से वादे हैं, हर कर्मी साथी बिन सपन ये आधे हैं।
स्वच्छता के महानायकों का स्वच्छता के
We're going to start this session on CND waste management shortly at 2 o'clock. We're waiting for the dignitaries to join in.
स्वच्छ में बजाते, स्वच्छ में बजाते,
Humble request to be please be seated and put your phones on the silent mode.
अलग अलग स्वच्छता के नियमों को अपनाए, ये जन जन को सिखलाए, और आने वाली पीढ़ी के
Anchored in the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 and on the theme of sustainable urban development and governance, this 1.5-day National Urban Conclave brings together an intense stakeholder consultation of policymakers, city leaders, urban planners, architects, researchers, industry stakeholders for reimagining the sustainable urban spaces. So there are going to be distinguished panelists in 7 different breakout sessions who will do the urban manthan on the topics which are related to regional planning, city mobility, urban livelihoods, C&D waste, capacity building, urban governance, circular economy, and housing ecosystem. So this is breakout session 3. We are waiting for our dignitaries to join in. So please kindly be seated and put your phone on the silent mode. Thank you.
उत्सव के बिना उत्सव सभी व्यर्थ है, स्वच्छता के ही है तोरण और उसी के अर्थ है। हो सांच है स्वच्छता और सांझ हो इसमें सभी की काम ये, और आगे बढ़े रुके ना फिर ये कभी। स्वभाव में संस्कार में स्वच्छता उमंग हो, स्वच्छता हो धर्म और स्वच्छता ही कर्म हो। स्वभाव में संस्कार में स्वच्छता उमंग हो, स्वच्छता हो धर्म और स्वच्छता ही कर्म हो। स्वच्छोत्सव 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 स्वच्छोत्सव।
सबकी रगों में दौड़े स्वच्छता की आदत, पूजा अर्चना भी और ये सच्ची इबादत।
बात ये काम की सेहत से भी है जुड़ी,
स्वच्छता से तन और मन रोग मुक्त होते हैं सभी।
स्वभाव में संस्कार में स्वच्छता उमंग हो, स्वच्छता ही हो धर्म और स्वच्छता ही कर्म हो। स्वभाव में संस्कार में स्वच्छता उमंग हो, स्वच्छता ही हो धर्म और स्वच्छता ही कर्म हो। स्वच्छोत्सव 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 स्वच्छोत्सव।
पूरब पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण सब साथ में पधारेंगे, स्वच्छोत्सव गीत को कर्म से निभाएंगे।
नए भारत की अब नई सी पहचान हो, देश इतना स्वच्छ हो कि और भी महान हो, कि और भी महान हो। स्वभाव में संस्कार में स्वच्छता उमंग हो, स्वच्छता ही हो धर्म और स्वच्छता ही कर्म हो। स्वभाव में संस्कार में स्वच्छता उमंग हो, स्वच्छता ही हो धर्म और स्वच्छता ही कर्म हो।
स्वच्छता ही हो धर्म और स्वच्छता ही कर्म।
आइए स्वच्छता को अपने जीवन में अपनाते हैं, भारत को स्वच्छ और सुंदर बनाते हैं।
लखनऊ नगर निगम के निर्माण एवं विध्वंस अपशिष्ट प्रसंस्करण संयंत्र में आपका स्वागत है। माननीय महापौर श्रीमती
We are
सुषमा
going to
खरगवाजी
start
के
shortly. I
नेतृत्व में
request
बना ये
you
C&D
to please
प्लांट
be seated and put your
इनोवेशन का
phones on
एक
the
अद्भुत
silent
उदाहरण
mode.
है। आज हम आपको अपशिष्ट को मूल्यवान निर्माण सामग्री में बदलने की हमारी व्यापक प्रक्रिया से अवगत कराएंगे। हमारी यात्रा शहर भर में निर्धारित संग्रहण बिंदुओं से निर्माण और विध्वंस अपशिष्ट एकत्र करने वाले हमारे समर्पित वाहनों से शुरू होती है। अपशिष्ट ले जाने वाला प्रत्येक वाहन हमारी सुविधा पर पहुंचता है और हमारे वेब्रिज से गुजरता है, जहां इसे तौला जाता है और पूर्ण पारदर्शिता और जवाबदेही के लिए हमारी सीसीटीवी निगरानी प्रणाली द्वारा रिकॉर्ड किया जाता है। तौल के बाद वाहन हमारे प्रसंस्करण क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ते हैं, जहां अपशिष्ट को सावधानी पूर्वक हमारे प्राथमिक डंप हॉपर में उतारा जाता है। यही से हमारी परिवर्तन प्रक्रिया शुरू होती है। मिश्रित C&D अपशिष्ट हमारी उन्नत ग्रिजली प्रणाली के माध्यम से प्रारंभिक पृथक्करण से गुजरता है। यह सामग्री को आकार के अनुसार अलग करता है, उन्हें उनके आयामों के आधार पर विभिन्न प्रसंस्करण मार्गों पर भेजता है। 0 से 40 मिलीमीटर आकार की सामग्री को आगे की प्रक्रिया के लिए हमारे परिष्कृत धुलाई संयंत्र में निर्देशित किया जाता है। यह धुलाई प्रणाली अशुद्धियों को हटाती है और उच्च गुणवत्ता वाली आउटपुट सामग्री सुनिश्चित करती है। 40 मिलीमीटर और उससे अधिक की बड़ी सामग्री एक अलग रास्ते का अनुसरण करती है, जो उन्हें 40 मिलीमीटर से 150 मिलीमीटर के प्रबंधनीय आकार में तोड़ देता है। इन कुचली हुई सामग्रियों को फिर कन्वेयर बेल्ट के माध्यम से निर्दिष्ट स्टॉक पाइल में पहुंचाया जाता है और अधिक परिष्करण के लिए कुछ सामग्री कन्वेयर बेल्ट के माध्यम से हमारे इम्पैक्ट क्रशर में आगे बढ़ती है। यह द्वितीय क्रशिंग प्रक्रिया अधिक सुसंगत आकार बनाती है और हमारे अंतिम उत्पादों की गुणवत्ता में सुधार करती है। आइए हमारी गीली प्रसंस्करण और धुलाई संयंत्र पर करीब से नजर डालें। ग्रिजली से 0 से 40 मिलीमीटर के कुल मिलाकर समर्पित स्टॉक पाइल और कन्वेयर सिस्टम के माध्यम से धुलाई संयंत्र में निर्देशित किए जाते हैं। कीचड़ और घोल साइक्लोन में जाते हैं, जहां अतिरिक्त प्रसंस्करण होता है। यहाँ हमारा प्रीकास्ट इकाई स्टॉक है। हम नियमित रूप से प्रीकास्ट सामग्री तैयार करते हैं और बेचते हैं। हमारी प्रीकास्ट इकाई में विभिन्न आकार, रूप, जिगजैग रंग, घास पेवर, मिलानो, डबल आई शेप, कर्व स्टोन, कंक्रीट सॉलिड बॉक्स 400, 200, 200 और कंक्रीट सॉलिड बॉक्स 400, 200, 100 शामिल है। इस प्रकार लखनऊ नगर निगम अपने CND अपशिष्ट को मूल्यवान निर्माण सामग्री में परिवर्तित करके स्वच्छ और हरित भारत की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे रहा है। हमारे इस प्रयास में आपके सहयोग के लिए धन्यवाद।
बात की जिम्मेदारी है और इस जिम्मेदारी में हम सबकी भागीदारी है।
इसे पीढ़ी दर पीढ़ी निभाना है।
स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते। ये ज्ञान भी है, अभियान भी है, भारत का ये सम्मान भी है। स्वच्छता का ध्वज लहराया, इसे लहराते बस जाना है।
ना थकना ना रुक जाना है और बाकी जो है संदेश ये ही।
इसे धर्म समझ अपनाना है, स्वच्छता स्वभाव अपनाना है।
इसे संस्कार में लाना है।
We are going to start this session shortly. Please be seated.
स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते, स्वच्छमेव जयते।
विश्व के सबसे बड़े जन आंदोलन से जुड़ने के लिए स्कैन करें या विजिट करें www.swachhtahiseva.gov.in।
एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त हर शहर बने, नया इरादा चलो करे। हमें स्वच्छ नया कल करना है, कचरे पर ध्यान तो देना है, सूखा गीला हो अलग अलग जिम्मेदार सभी को रहना है। कूड़ा मुक्त शहर होगा संकल्प चलो करके निकले। एक और कदम हम लेके बढ़े, एक और नया प्रण करके चले, कूड़ा मुक्त।
Namaskar and a very good afternoon to everyone. We are all aware that urbanization is the key to unlocking economic growth, innovation and opportunities for millions of people. The cities grow and progress, but with the development comes the enormous infrastructure advancements and intensive 24/7 construction activities in the cities, giving rise to the huge quantum of the C&D waste. This is Breakout Session 3 and I am Kritika, here to facilitate the proceedings of the session. We have a distinguished panel amongst us that for almost next 3 hours will be deliberating upon enhancing C&D waste processing and utilization, a roadmap for reduction of dependence on the virgin construction materials. With this, we begin the session and I take the privilege to invite Ms. Rupa Mishra, Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission Urban, to deliver the welcome address and enlighten all of us about the C&D waste management in India and the sectoral advancements. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaskar. My role here is to set the context, so there is no presentation. So to set the context, I think the best thing that I can do is tell you a couple of pointers, which will be like brain teasers for all of you for the next 3 hours. The first one, We were told by Mr. Dhar in the morning that the next 30 hours belongs to urban conclave and urban thinkers and discussions. So all these 150 people here in the room, 3 out of 30 hours is yours, which means what percentage? 10. Today, the construction industry contributes to what percentage of the GDP? Nearly that much. Nearly that much. So I don't know, Chaurasia did some kind of a match fixing to take that kind of a time, and he's kind of said it. So be that as it may, I was just thinking and wondering that look at the last 10 years. When we were talking of Swachhta, let's say, we were thinking of visual cleanliness. We were thinking of access to sanitation, toilets, open defecation. 4 years, 5 years, we did the work. Then we thought of what? Let's manage waste. Let's set up material recovery facilities. Let us set up compost facilities. And then Satat came, Gobardhan came. Some of them were bold enough to set up waste to electricity plants. And then the big ticket of legacy dump site remediation. Here we are, as we stand here, 1 year prior to the closure of phase 2 of SBM, we are looking at industry approach. Who would have thought 10 years back that when we will think of or discuss about municipal solid waste or Swachh Bharat or clean cities, we will be looking at what kind of recycled waste can go into the construction industry. How do we create standards for those? How do we do technological advancements so that the output of each unit becomes a feeder for another unit? How do agencies like CPWD and others within central code and state code bring in those kind of procurement guidelines, benchmarks, standards, so that there is no ad hocism in the system and India moves towards a structured, standardized way of a certain percentage utilization of recycled material within its construction industry, thereby reducing the usage of virgin material. 10 years back, we would not have thought of it. And here we are, all of us together, who would have possibly been at different points of time 10 years back. Today we are here under the roof of the urban conclave, precisely thinking about aspects like this. And today morning, put another leaf in this thought when CPWD and SINTEF came together for a MOU, and SINTEF, as many of you would know, is a premier research and development organization of Norway that does pioneering work in construction and demolition waste management. So the MOU between CPWD, which is our largest entity in the construction sector, not just as a contractor, but as a standard-setting agency, really puts a benchmark for many things to come in the couple of years. And in the past few years, they have already worked on some groundwork regarding procurement, quality, benchmarks, etc., about which in today's session we will be learning more. So here we are looking at a circular, a cyclical link of how construction sector in India is going to evolve, which is going to be a very major part of urban development. Where do we, as entities, as cities, that not only will be promoting the construction, but will also be requiring the kind of construction material and would also be generating the kind of construction waste, how do we plug these bits and pieces together? And third and most important, each of it is positioned towards addressing issues of climate, usage of water, generation of employment, impact on emission, revenue generation, GDP impact, and of course, clean cities. So bringing the puzzle together and all pieces of it together, if you see our agenda, the way we have curated it, the entire agenda will address few pieces of this big story. And as we discuss for 3 hours here, we move on tomorrow morning to the entire circular economy circuit, wherein other than C&D, we will take up the other aspects of municipal solid and liquid waste, and we will see how do we create a food cycle-based, food cycle-like situation with an industrial approach using the waste that our cities generate. So I wish you all a great 3-hour, and I request Chaurasia ji to lead the discussions for this fantastic session. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for putting the food for thought together for the next 3 hours. And we now start with the first part of the session, which is understanding the national and the global policies for the C&D waste. To give the national perspective, I invite Sri Sarandeep Singh ji, Scientist E and Division Head from Central Pollution Control Board. He will share with us the salient features of the C&D Waste Management Rule 2025 and obligations of the stakeholders. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ma'am. Giving me the platform to speak on the C&D waste management rules. The CPCB is the core agency where we. Yeah, it's fine. I am audible now. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, ma'am, for giving me the platform and giving me the opportunity to just speak on behalf of CPCB. As we know that the CPCB is playing a significant role in the new rules, which is being notified by the Ministry of Environment and Forest. Now I can start with because you know that these new rules give us the background for the circular economy. So because it will help us to how to recycle, how to reuse the waste. That is a more important thing. So these two legislative framework, when this rule came up in the month of April 2nd, 2025, and it is going to be implemented in the month of April next year. So it's our very much a big responsibility on our shoulders that all are here to just think that we have only 5 months left with us. And because as mentioned, Madam is mentioning that we have a very lesser number of processing facilities, and C&D waste were not earlier in the mind, but now we are thinking in a very positive way. Now another stepping stone for us and a challenge for us to set up the processing facilities on time and the collection points so that we can process the waste on time, and within the time frame we can fulfill the objective of these rules. So this rule is having two major frameworks. One is the extended producer responsibility framework and the waste utilization framework. This covers the loop of the circular economy, and you are aware about the extended producer responsibility framework with the other waste also. I am not going to give in that perspective, but the objective of these rules, as earlier said, that the circular economy integration, very much structured way, scientific waste management. Earlier the C&D waste management rule 2016 were not clearly able to define, because the recycling was the target in that, but the waste utilization was there. But here in this particular rule we are considering that also, and the compliance will also be looked after in a very deeper way, because the online monitoring portal will help us to monitor this rule a very stringent way, and the resource recovery is the fourth objective. So these are the 4 objectives of this particular rule, and the scope. And there is a big question from all across the stakeholders. This scope, this particular rule is not being covered by the waste generator lesser than 20,000 waste square meter of area. But yes, I am telling you here that this particular rule is also covered by the waste generator. Those who are having area lesser than 20,000 square meter also be obligated for this. And but they very specifically mentioned in this rule that the area which are not covered is the project under the Atomic Energy Act and the Defense Strategic Nature projects, as well as the waste from the natural disaster or the act of war, and the materials which are already covered in the earlier waste. So these are not going to cover. Now I will, because I already told you the 2 major specs. One is the EPR, second one is the waste utilization. So EPR again divided into major 5 pillars. One is registration of all the entities. Main entities are in this recyclers, major one. Second one is the producer. Third is the collection point, and another one is the integrated waste management storage facilities. and the recyclers and the producers should be very in line with each other, because the producer, those who are having the area, built up area greater than 20,000 square meter will be the key player here, and the recycler play a significant role. In this case, the recycler are also divided into two parts. One is the producer, those who are recycling itself within the system, and those which are not individually recycling the product. So these two aspects also cover in this. And the waste management plan. Here the waste management plan also taken into picture that when the waste management plan will be approved by the local authority, it will be give us an idea how we can balance the product, how we can channelize the product, and it will not be get waste anywhere, and we calculate and collect the we can calculate the waste, how much waste is generated, how much waste is being recycled. So waste management plan is also play a significant role, and which is being approved by the local authorities. Now the responsibility will be on the local authority also. The EPR certification is a area which is now a new concept, which is already being covered by other waste rules like plastic waste and the tire waste and the e-waste. But now the C&D waste is also being covering this, and this is another challenge for us CPCBs. For CPCB is now preparing the online portal for that, and they will monitor this particular waste through this particular online portal. Another one is the verification. So yes, the compliance, whether the compliance is going well or not, it depends upon the verification. So audits and online monitoring play a significant role in this, and in this case we need a good support from all the stakeholders, those who are sitting here. I request all of you, because the audits and the verifications are play a significant, and your contribution toward that and your will definitely play a significant role to implement a this particular rule on time, as well as with the right way. So the financial provisions, yeah, it's the amount, maybe we can place our amount for registration, but as we mentioned that it is maybe divided 20% or 80%, it will be decided in the steering committee, but yes, as per the rule, 20 to 80%. Now I'll give you the brief information about the extended producer responsibility targets. The obligation here in this case is only two obligations. One is the producers, which is those who are having 20,000 above built up area. They have the obligated for this, but the main entities which are required to be registered here is a producer, recyclers, collection point, and the intermediate waste storage facilities. Now the collection points are again also linked to the municipal local authorities, and the integrated waste management storage facility, again they are linked to the local authority, and the third one is the processing facility, again linked to the local authority. So now the big task for the local authorities to be look into that, because we have only 5 months left, and as per the information with us, as per the annual report, only less than nearly 10% of the waste generated we have at solid processing facilities as on date. If I am wrong, maybe kindly correct me if something is different figures are there, but as per my information is only 10% processing facilities there. In the northeast area, there is no any such processing facility or collection points, or not even the integrated waste storage facilities are there. Integrated waste storage facilities are only for those where the processing facilities are not there. So we please kindly understand that this is not a fixed figure, but it will be only for the 180 days. So please note that also. And the targets for the producers are definitely, because they have to achieve the target for recycling in every year. So it's a 25% to the 100%. So within the 4 months we are achieving this target. So it means that we are very much optimistic that within 3 months this particular rule will be 3 to 4 years we can stabilize this rule. So this is Now, another question will definitely come into our mind that how the trade and we can trade this particular under the EPR. As you are aware about the plastic waste, the same concept is there. But here in this particular C&D waste management rule, we have two basically categories. One is already mentioned you that recyclers. Those producers, those who are having internal recycling units, and the recycler, those individual recyclers. So, but we have given a weightage to the internal recyclers. So now it will definitely advantage to them, and as well as because the reason. But one question is here, mostly the stakeholders ask that they may lie the waste in the backyard, also they are low-lying area. But yes, it is important that its recyclers cannot be lied in the low-lying area without the permission of the local authority. Again, the local authority play a significant role here in this area. So the certificate will be for the 3 years. Then transaction framework. In this particular framework, this is now the point is that two major windows are there. One is 30% and the other one is 100. So we have to be decided that 30% should be the lowest one and the 100, so that the market should not be get destabilized, and the recycler will also get a benefit from there, and the producer will not make a fraudulent or mischievous things. So these are the few points here. And liabilities, you know about how we can calculate the liabilities for the waste, current liabilities, present, the last year liabilities, as well as the 5% of the current liabilities. Now, this is about the EPR certification and the regulation, as well as the how it will be transact, and what are the main points which I discussed. Now, another one is the waste utilized. Waste utilized, again, we have two targets. One is for the construction projects, and another one is for the road construction projects. So now the road construction will also play a significant role here, because roads in India's we are looking toward the rural areas also and the urban areas both. So they will also utilize the waste generation from there. So, but the point is that again, the implementations will be by the Central Pollution Control Board on online portal, through online portals, and local authority will look after the projects within their jurisdictions, and state board will, Central Pollution Control Board will look after monitor the utilization of waste within the national highways and the roads, national highway roads, and the state board will be look after the roads and the national highway within their jurisdictions. Now the roles and the responsibilities of the key stakeholders, again a question for us. I already included some of them, like local authority I explained that, but Central Pollution Control Board rules also explained, state board also explained, but the Bureau of Indian Standards, because the quality of the product is also an important factor here to take off of the waste from the recyclers. So this is a big challenge for the recyclers. So Bureau of Indian Standards also considered in this case, and how they will prepare the standard for the reuse waste for the different categories, so that the recycler get the quality products, and they can the producer can reuse it in the project. Another one is producer. Again, the producer he has to follow the standard operating procedure which is being prepared by the CPCB. Now, these are the few stakeholders, but now the ministerial level requirement is also required. The roles are there, like the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs also, because as CPWD's schedule of rates are very important to use the process waste. So update that. That is another responsibility of that. And sanitize the local authority, which is we are already doing. This is a one big conclave, which is telling us that yeah, we are anxious and we are looking toward that. And align the model building bylaws and the integrate the compliance in performance evaluation. So they are already considered that. Now another one is the Ministry of Road Transport. I already told you the road construction project also considered in this for utilizing the waste. So there is a big question, there is big responsibility on them also to utilize the waste in the road projects also by innovations. And then Ministry of Commerce and the Industry, because recyclers face the challenge regarding the waste offtake. So this is another, the government has already been taken up, consider that the processed waste articles on the government e-market platforms, they will upload that. This is a responsibility of the Commerce and Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So every ministry also given a responsibility so that we can implement it in a very systematic way. Now, I already told you that the 3 pillar, which is already directly proportional, directly related to the local authorities. So again, I'm not going to brief it out in this particular slide, but yes, it is important that there is no big, as per the data available with the CPCB, we have no collection points, no processing facilities, no even the intermediate storage facilities. So if there is one, if the states are having that one, please let us know to this, let us to the know to the CPCB, even email to me, so that we can jot down the data information. So accordingly we can prepare a proper guidelines and the SOP. So it will be helpful for all of you as per the guidelines, as per the responsibility of the CPCB. It will be helpful for all of the other stakeholders also, because this is an important factor, because we only can store a waste for maximum 180 days in the intermediate storage facilities. Again, the compensation. So in the earlier waste, compensation was not the part. It again triggering here, when the person could not be take the EPR target fail, if he will able to not achieve the target here, EPR targets, then the compensation will definitely come into picture. Then another one is improper waste disposal. Again, we can consider in that, because earlier we have found that this sort of things were done by some of the producer or waste generators. We consider that one, and the utilization of mandate breaches. So these are the three main areas where this particular EC will be definitely be the come into picture. But it is not that only points. Other points will also be considered on the time of implementation, when we feel that there are some other things will not be doing properly. Then we can do that also. The compliance incentives, again, it's a good for the producers that they can. If they cannot achieve the targets, but they can get a refund on the EC, and in reference to the market price of the certificate they purchase or sale, transfer from the recyclers. So this is now the game between the recycler as well as the producers. And producers should also understand that this is their main responsibility, that they can.
It's our privilege that the Honorable Minister of Urban Development, NCT Delhi, Shri Ashish Soodji has joined the breakout session. I request for a huge round of applause for the Minister, sir.
So, based on that, because the compliance incentive structure, we already told you, the producer is not. We have considered the producers' issues also. The 85% of the refund of the compensation will be given to the producer or the generators, those who under the and this purview, they will get the 85% of the refund. So with respect to, but it will be only for the 3 years. That is main important point. So after that, it will not be covered. So it's up to you, and for the recyclers as well as for the producers, how they can handle this. Now the way forwards, again I am requesting that the strength of the processing plant and the capacity building to train the team, and the innovation in the technologies, so that we can change the weightages for the to calculate the EPRs. So it are 3 major way forward from CPCB, so that we can make it more implementable as well as easily achievable, the targets. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. To share the recent global advancements in the recycling of the construction and demolition waste, I request Mr. Christian J. Angelson, Chief Scientist, Material and Resource Optimization from Sintef Community, Norway. I request you to please present, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me here. Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Christian Engelsen, Senior Chief Scientist at Sintef, and I will give you some examples on how C&D waste is generated and treated in Europe and in Norway. In addition, I will also give some examples of what we are doing here in India. All right. C&D waste is generated in a very, very different way, and it's very heterogeneous. Nevertheless, C&D waste should be seen as an enormous resource. In particular, an enormous resource for the construction industry. We have solutions. We have a lot of full-scale pilots in Norway and also in India in what we call bound use, where we replace the natural aggregates or binders with recycled materials in concrete and concrete products, but also in unbound use, which is a very important scenario, like the road construction scenario. It is not only to put low quality recycled concrete aggregates or recycled mixed aggregates in the road. It needs to fulfill, of course, the physical and mechanical properties as well as the chemical properties. The generation of the C&D waste is enormous. I have shown these numbers many, many times. And if you look to Europe, we have calculated around 800 million tons a year of C&D waste generation. In India, there is calculations or estimations from 150 to 750 million tons per year. The message here is that there is it's enormous volume. In Europe, we can see that 37% of all solid waste generated is from the construction, demolition, and rehabilitation activities. And this also includes excavated materials during the construction products, where we can see at the revised C&D waste rule of 2025 has been included in India as well. The main barriers encountered globally can be summarized very easily on these aspects: policy and governance, permits and specifications, technological limitations. Yes, there are barriers there. It's not only to say that we can recycle 100%. We need to ensure the quality, and we need to have the different application scenarios to different quality recycled C&D waste. I will come back to that a little bit later. Quality and performance, knowledge and information, and of course cost is important. Of these, we have focused very much indeed on the technological limitation to push the limits and to implement new technologies, and of course the quality and the performance. That is something we put in in the front seat when it comes to circular economy and recycling of construction and demolition waste. If you look at the EU policy, I have taken 3 points from 3 important points from the EU policy. The first one is the Waste Framework Directive, which puts a goal of 70% material recycling and recovery by the end of 2025. This criteria was actually 2020, but EU 27 was not able to meet this requirement. So I think that the average level in Europe today is around 50%. That ranges from member states that has around less than 10% recycling and to member states that has plus 90%, like Netherlands and Denmark, for example. Another important point with the policy is that in the Waste Framework Directive, we define end-of-waste criteria for mineral construction and demolition waste. And the third point, very important, is that recycled aggregates from C&D waste is incorporated in all the major concerned European standards. I will show you the examples there in a few slides. But if you go to the end-of-waste criteria in Norway, we can see that these are directly implemented from EU. Norway is not a member of EU, but we are connected through the European Economic Area Agreement. So we are obliged to follow the EU directives. In the Norwegian Pollution Control Act, we have put 5 criteria that defines if these are fulfilled, the waste ceases to be a waste, which is important because then it becomes a product and it's a totally different regulation and it's also a totally different mindset when it ceases to be a waste. So these are the requirements. Recovery, the waste needs to go through a recovery process. It needs to be a specific purpose for it, and there needs to be a market demand. The material, the recycled C&D waste, needs to meet the relevant technical requirements. And of course, this is very important, especially to the former speaker, Mr. Sharandeep Singh from CPCB. The recycled material cannot pose any risk to health and environment. And the last point is actually something that EU has not concluded yet. We are trying to define concrete or specific criteria for the pollution level of the recycled materials. The EN standard you can see here, the most, all the EN standard that are containing aggregates have implemented the use of recycled aggregates. The most important is EN 12620, aggregate for concrete, and EN 13242, which is the aggregates for road construction. These 2 scenarios are capable of consuming a lot of recycled materials. And in these 2 standards as well, there are specific requirements. Both standards, specific requirements on the chemical, physical, and mechanical properties of the recycled material. Yeah, this is in Norwegian. Sorry for that, but it's only to emphasize that in Norway we also allow recycled aggregates of the fine fraction into structural concrete, which is still not allowed in BIS 383, still not allowed as far as I can see in the revised version as well. And we have gone up to B45 with 40%, which is actually in line with the new version of BIS 383. However, in 383, we are only going up to B30 or M30 concrete grade. All right. I will go give you some examples. This is kind of has become a little bit iconic. Several of my friends and colleagues in CPWD has been to this school. This was constructed with 37% replacement of the coarse aggregate fraction. And this was already done in 2002, was finished in 2003. So this was the first full scale in Norway of that size. Following this, it has been many pilots. I want to just give an example of a full-scale pilot where 100% recycled aggregate was used in a M45 concrete. Actually, a concrete slab. This you can read this in the publication. It was published in Ryland Spring Convention. And you can see this concrete slab. I don't have any pointer here. Yeah, maybe. You can see here, this is a wagon for tractor. So the size is, it gives a little bit about the size. It's quite big pilot, which is in a concrete slab in the western part of Norway, which undergo very harsh environment with salt stress, sodium chloride by de-icing agent, and also, of course, frost cycluses. This is a very interesting picture because this is the bins newly taken. I took it last year. This is the aggregate bins to the largest ready-mix concrete producer in Norway. And I just want to show that one of the bins is for recycled aggregates. It needs to be implemented in such a way that you have a separate space for this in order to manage it correctly. Yeah, we have done a lot of projects in different places. This is the recycled aggregate from concrete sludge, which still is hot topic in Norway. One of the ongoing large project in Norway is this sustainable value chain and use of materials in road construction. Here we are using recycled aggregates or recycled materials for both new binders and replacing the natural aggregates in concrete structure along the road. And these scenarios are among the harshest conditions to concrete. It needs to be frost resistant. It needs to tackle the chloride from the de-icing agents, etc., etc. And here we are doing a full scale again, where we are demonstrating 100% circularity of the crushed concrete. Here you can see from the sand fraction, coarse aggregate fraction, and even the fines from where we are taking a little bit strength out as a binder. Yeah, you can see the process here is quite clean. Yeah, okay, and my last part of the presentation will be focused on more Indian activities. We have, as many of you know, a very close collaboration with Central Public Works Department, and where we have where we have this program, treatment and recycling of and utilization of construction and demolition waste, where the main aim is to increase the treatment and utilization capacity. We have focused on technical and environmental monitoring, quality guidelines, and of course capacity building and training, and large pilot demonstrations. We are associating with many of the big players in the industry, which is important. We are doing pilots with L&T. We're doing pilots with Godrej Construction, and we are interacting with many of the plant recycling facilities in Delhi and other places in India. One important pilot or collaboration is with Godrej Construction in Mumbai. Here we try to emphasize what is the environmental gain of using recycled concrete aggregates, replacing 100% of the natural sand fraction. And this is done by what we call mineralization. Mineralization or carbonation is very hot topic in whole Europe in order to sequestrate CO2. I mean it's carbon capture and utilization actually. It's officially approved as a utilization method, this carbonation. And carbonation or mineralization means only that you are converting the CO2 into stable, thermodynamically stable calcium carbonate or magnesium carbonate. Yeah, this is the very simple reaction. We all know that cement clinker production is releasing CO2, and the reverse reaction is taking place when concrete is exposed to air and are aging by converting CO2 to calcium carbonate, reacting with dissolved calcium oxide in this pore water or concrete. This is something that you want to go very slow when you have structural concrete, of course. But we are, our approach is how you can utilize this remaining carbonation potential in a 100% way. So we have actually, this is how we are measuring the carbonation depths. You see the blue Timofta line indicator shows uncarbonated zone. And then you see the gray area here. This is a lab sample where the carbonation front has moved into. And this is the area where you have mineralized the CO2. Okay, but however, this phenolphthalein indicator only tells you where the pH is below 10 and beyond 10. So it doesn't actually tell you how much CO2 that is taken up in the concrete. So if we do calculations on this, we can get a fair estimate of the mineralization potential. You can see here all the hydrates that are being carbonated in the hydrated cement paste and turns into calcium carbonate. All the, of course, the calcium hydroxide, but also the calcium silicate hydrates, and also the etringite, and also the monocarboaluminates, or the sulfoaluminates. So this has been done. And we have compared this with measurements that we have done in special equipment at Sintef. This was done at the Godrej blocks from Vikhroli in Mumbai. And we have actually taken up, measured how much CO2 these concrete blocks did take up with and without recycled concrete aggregate. And we see a huge difference of the CO2 uptake in these two blocks, one with recycled aggregates and one without. And this we have actually been taking into something called Environmental Product Declaration, which is going to be published this month. And that is a whole true life cycle assessment of the two different blocks, with and without, and to see how much impact on the GVP the recycled concrete aggregate has on the block. We see that Sushil from Godrej is giving the thumbs up, and he has good reasons, all good reasons to do it. So this is the first EPD which is actually including the carbonation and or the mineralization and the deduction of CO2. Another full-scale pilot has been done a couple of years ago in Goa, where we took this material. We are working on the ground. We are working on all levels when we are working together with CPWD, and also in this case Goa Waste Management Corporation. And we took this to 2 trucks to Delhi, and Mr. Sandeep Malhotra, he opened his facility and he recycled it at Burari, and we produced these blocks, which Goa Waste Management Corporation managed to get a patent on because of the increased reactivity of this laterite block. So that is something, also something added value that we are trying to kind of publish, to give to this, that can catalyze the recycling of the C&D waste. We are doing, I mentioned pilots with L&T. This is a concrete slab with 40 to 60% RCA sand fraction, just to push the limit of the BIS 383, just to show that it is possible. And this is for a M20 slab. Yeah, we have calculated a little bit about the reduced CO2 emission potential, and by recycling all the C&D waste in India. And we have focused on increased CO2 binding due to recycling, reduced outtake of virgin aggregate, and reduced transport. And we get some significant number, from 6 to 10 to 12 million tons per year. Yeah, what is the potential if the carbonated cement paste evaluates to a cement binder? Okay, that's. I will just jump into the key points. As I always are emphasizing on, if we're going to tackle simultaneously to succeed in implementing circular economy in C&D waste management, we need to put the quality and performance in the front seat. Otherwise, it will have no market acceptance, and it will remain as a B or C product. It shouldn't be like that. It has a lot of conditions that can make it as an added value project. Availability of the recycled products needs to be there. We cannot wait 2 weeks or 3 weeks for the material. It needs to be there when we are requesting for it. Cost effectiveness, of course, ensures the market compatibility, because cost effectiveness is related to the quality. How are you ensuring the quality? Because that imposes some cost as well. And last but not least, incentives, public incentives, for example, for the collection, segregation, the recycling, and of course the use of recycled products. These things needs to be focused on in, I say simultaneously, but in parallel. We have to have 4, not 2, but 4 thoughts in our head at the same time. And I'm pretty sure we are able to do it. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Angelson. Moving towards the sharing of implementation approach and best practices from the states and UTs, I request Shri Manoj Saxena ji, Director, RISE 11, Delhi Waste Management Corporation, who is operating the Bakarwala Construction and Demolition Waste Management Facility, along with Shri Ajay Agarwal ji, who is Superintending Engineer at MCD Delhi. I request both of them to present the details of the C&D Waste Management Facility, and I request the speakers to please adhere to the time limits. So the time limit is 10 minutes, so it's a little inconvenient, but we request you to adhere to the time limit, please.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know after such a delicious lunch, it will be difficult to keep continuing waked up. But let me try and finish my presentation well within time. My name is Manoj Saxena, as introduced by the presenter. See, Delhi has been pioneering, being the capital of the country. Delhi has pioneered into construction and demolition waste management. And the first pilot project was started in 2009. And the project was commissioned in 2011. Currently, Delhi is, as per our and Ajay's estimate goes, the MCD's estimate goes, approximately 9-10,000 metric ton of construction and demolition waste is produced by not only government projects, overall in the city, including the private developers. And current installed capacity is 5,000 metric ton per day, which is spread in 4 plants. Like I'm operating one of the plant which is located at Bakkarwala. It's a 1,000 metric ton capacity plant. And there's one more plant which was commissioned in 2015 at Shastri Park. That also is 1,000 ton per day capacity. And Rani Kheda was started in 2021. Burari, as I mentioned, was the first one to start in 2011 with a moderate capacity of 500 ton per day. But later on, after that concession period was over, in 2023, it's a 2,000 metric ton state-of-the-art plant operated by Aver and Viro. And Delhi is going to set up one more plant of 1,000 metric ton per day capacity. Being fortunate, we have been awarded that project, which will be going on the ground very soon. So just giving you a perspective of the actual construction and demolition waste processing, like at Bakkarwala, we have got this 1,000 ton per day capacity plant, where actually we are, since last 3-4 years, we are doing approximately 700 to 750 ton per day on a yearly average daily basis. And this project is on a PPP model. The area for which we have been assigned this project was West Zone and Nazafgarh Zone of Delhi, MCD Delhi. The construction period is 25 years. We have adopted wet processing technology. And this was one of like our first project. So what we thought about is after going through the couple of plants already operating in Delhi, that for us it will be a challenge, but we'll be doing it almost zero rejects. Because we knew as per contract there was up to 10% reject permissible, but we thought about like let's keep it, we'll process or utilize almost 100%. So we are currently at around 99% of the entire waste which is coming, we're processing and converting into any form of usable product. The sources of revenue for any construction and demolition waste plant, especially on PPP model, are basically 3. One is the tipping fee. Second is the processing fee, which we are supposed to get, and we are getting from the bulk generators. As per construction and demolition waste rule 2016, the bulk generator was anybody producing more than 300 tons per month or 20 tons per day. Processing fee is paid by them. When we recycle the waste into reusable products and we convert it into precast concrete products, then the revenue which we are getting from that is our main source of revenue also. The monitoring at Bakkarwala plant is the entire plant is set up by us, operation and maintenance is done by us, but it is being overseen on a day-to-day basis by MCD. At this 1,000 ton per day capacity plant, we have got a dry processing unit, which is 100 tons per day capacity, 100 ton per hour capacity. Wet processing unit is 80 tons per hour, which is from CD Asia, one of the most reputed company into the mineral washing. And we have got a concrete batching plant, also a 60 cubic meter capacity concrete plant. And to convert the recycled materials into usable products, we have got a machinery to manufacture solid concrete blocks and concrete bricks. And also we have got to manufacture interlocking paver blocks, curved stones. And these are the products which are more into use as compared to directly the recycled materials. And the entire plant is supported by adequate fleet of excavators, loaders, and other equipments. So when we process, like it's a mixed waste which is generally coming into the premises, and we first segregate it through a grizzly feeder, and the fraction below 50 mm goes for the wet processing, and above 50 mm size is going into the downsizing for which we have got jaw crushers, and there is again a 3-stage processing through which we are able to get good quality recycled aggregates and sand. So I'll not go into much into the detail of this. These are the materials which we are recovering after processing of the construction and demolition waste. Recycled coarse aggregates of different fractions like 40 mm, 20 mm and 10 mm size. Recycled aggregates, again washed aggregates of 40, 20 and 10 mm size. And 5 types of fine aggregates, stone dust, which is a processed material, and then through the washing system, we are getting washed sand, which is a good quality coarse sand, generally falling into zone 2 and the plaster sand. And because of a very efficient CD Asia washing system, we get less than 2% or 1.5% of the silt in that. And a large quantity is produced of screen swell. We have got filter press and aquacycle thickener to utilize the water, recycle the water, because in the wet processing unit there's a large quantity of water which is required. So screen soil is generally almost like around 50% of the total waste which we are receiving in our premises. As mentioned, we are converting these recycled materials into value-added concrete products, and these products are of really good quality as compared to market standards. From many of the other, you can say, market producers, we are generally producing better than that. It's only a perception of the industry and the people that when it is made with the recycled materials or a subgrade material, the product also will be of lesser quality. But actually it is not, unless we are like careful about our quality. So we are producing different shapes, different thickness, different colors of interlocking pavers. We are making tiles, we are making curved stone, again of various shapes and sizes, solid concrete blocks. Hollow also we have made, but because of the market acceptance, we are now mostly doing it solid concrete blocks. And we can manufacture, we are manufacturing drain covers, boundary wall panels, manhole covers, and we are utilizing ready-mix concrete also as per the IS code specifications. Taken some feedback from Christian, like as per their norms, what we understand, like these are the 2 major benefits of converting the construction and demolition waste or recycling and managing that properly. For us, like seeing this, the waste is not waste, it's actually wealth. And you will understand when these 2 things, actually we understand more in deep, that RA produced from construction and demolition waste is like emitting almost 80% less carbon dioxide as compared to when we are manufacturing coarse or fine aggregate from a rock. So that much of carbon dioxide emission we are saving, which is contributing to the environment. And considering recovery of only 50% from the complete C&D waste, if we see like from Bakawala itself in last 4.5 years, we have saved, because we have sold or utilized almost 6 lakh metric ton of recycled materials. So on the other side of it, we have saved in Delhi almost like around 6 lakh ton of virgin material to be brought in and used. So this was only Bakarwala, probably considering 4 plants and mine being 1/4, probably 24 lakh metric ton of virgin materials have been seized in last 4 years. The challenges, the industry is in the nascent stage, I will say, even though in Delhi it is now almost like around 14 years the plants are operative. And all the, you can say, the central government departments, CPWD being here, a lot of conferences being happening, the utilization and the, you can say, the focus on the construction and demolition waste is still very high as compared to other, you can say, A-class or B-class cities in India, where also the construction and demolition waste processing plants are getting set up. So the major challenges are primary collection from the waste generating people to the processing facility, non-compliance by private bulk generators, because still the mindset is why to pay for this. Whereas unless they pay, like it will not become economically viable option, because most of these projects are on a PPP model. So we have invested our money being a concessionaire. So we need to recover that money also. As I mentioned, perception about quality is not very good. Like as Kishan said, like we cannot directly compare the quality of recycled material with the virgin materials. It will be different. It will be slightly inferior than that. But we can figure out the places where we can utilize these materials, and it's a time to do that. Lack of enforcement by the stakeholding authorities. We have put the figures here, like Mahua being one of the, you can say, central government body. Whatever target they have decided last financial year for the products to be utilized by various government departments in Delhi, out of that target, only 15% of the target was achieved. Our contribution was only 4%. And out of 19 various government departments, probably hardly 5 or 6 government departments have actually come forward to utilize it properly. Lack of provision in the guidelines or specifications. I'll just point one point here. Like apart from giving the percentages to be used as fine and coarse aggregate in the concrete, there has to be other things also in, you can say, specified, including the products which are going to be used. I think somebody put it into the CPCV person has put it, that we need to put the products also into the SORs. So far, we don't have any incentive, like we have to compete our products in the market with the open market. And we have represented that a reduced rate of GST will actually help us, help the industry to grow, and the products can be utilized more by the end users because they don't get the GST input. May I request Ajay to please come and just help me with that? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Manoj. So I'm here just to give my perspective on the municipal side. So I just want to tell you what's happening in Delhi. So Manoj has bidded for my new project, and what he is charging, my bidding variable was what shall be the collection cost. They have bid 1 rupee per ton they'll charge for the collection of the C&D waste. So signifying that the processing amount which he is getting is more than sufficient to finance the project. So that is the situation in Delhi. I know the situation in other tier 2, tier 3 cities is slightly different. He's having a plant, he's a friend of mine for the last 3 decades from college. So I know in Lucknow what he's finding, he has set up a plant of 300 ton per day and he's hardly getting 100 ton per day. So everything is failure, whatever he is doing there. So in Delhi almost the market is saturated as far as the processing is concerned, and whatever little utilization we can have, we can definitely improve upon it. So I just wanted to stress on, like, if we go to the earlier slide, just a minute. This primary collection thing. As a municipal body, my primary concern is this primary collection of C&D waste. As we know that Delhi is like almost 50% is the, we call it unauthorized, but I would like to say is unplanned. 50% of the area, geographical area is unplanned, where a lot of construction is going on. Even in planned area, some sort of modification, it is continuously going on. And what happens is, which we also, even if I suppose renovate my bathroom, I will just call the rickshawala and give him 200 rupees and say that you just drop it off anywhere. So the first challenge with me as a local body is I have to pick it up from many places, maybe 5-10 places on a stretch. And another issue is it gets mixed with my solid waste, municipal solid waste. So it's too cumbersome for me to process that municipal solid waste where the C&D waste is mixed. So I'm having 4 plants in Delhi, this waste to energy plants. We were again, being the national capital, we were the pioneer in setting up the waste to energy plant in 2011. So I'm already having 4 plants, and major issue there is C&D waste gets mixed in municipal solid waste. So it disrupts the whole process of waste to energy. Even in composting also, slight mixing of this thing is a challenge. So that is the primary thing. So for that, I am mandated to primarily collect it. So I just don't want to shy it away from it. So only thing is people are not aware. They are not aware to what kind of sin they are committing. And from my side, I also not giving many collection points. Even though I regularly publish it in newspapers. So as of now, I have 106 collection sites spread all across Delhi. So my whole geographical area is divided into 250 wards. So we are planning to increase it to 106 to 250 minimum. And we want to publish it more and more through different media. So let people come and deposit it. I'm not asking for any fee because my contract with my concessionaire is any waste which I'll take to them, it will be free of charge. They won't be charging any processing fees from the municipal waste. So only thing which I have to bear is the carriage cost. And on the stream side, this financial stream, for new plan sanctions, I'm charging around, as of now, my rate is around 80 rupees per square meter from a new house construction. If he suppose constructing, say, 400 square meter, so I'll charge him some 32,000 rupees. So that is not the issue. Issue is, let that waste come either through unauthorized means, whatever we call it, unofficial means, or my people collect it. So that is one part of it. And another part with the processing is, so I usually go to CND plant, this Bakkarwala and other places as well. So we have to stress more on the wet processing. Wet processing, the quality is better, and there are already codes available, till M20 concrete we can have it. And there is a general perception that quality is not good. We know most of the people who are civil engineers here present, anything and which is either coming from a recycle plant or a fresh plant, it gets tested. In case it doesn't get tested, so it would fail. So where is the problem? Problem is there in the mindset. So in my plant, Mahua granted us some funds for paving, and there was a condition that 50% of the paving with this recycling plant. So there was a resistance from my contractors. Saab, wo to material kharab hai, ye hai, wo hai. And finally everybody came to think कि भाई यहाँ पे पैसे advance देने पड़ते हैं और वहाँ पे सामान उधार आता है आप जब रूटीन में किसी से लेते हैं. और जब उनको बिल्कुल कॉर्नर में पुश किया गया तो सब लोग 50% लाए. वो जितना भी काम पेविंग का हुआ 50% पेविंग वो रिसाइकिल पेवर से ही हुई. तो आज भी ऐसा नहीं है, ऑफटेक इज देयर, दे आर वेल सफिशिएंट. So I just again tell you the financials speak about it. They have quoted a price of 1 rupees for transportation of waste for say 15-20 kilometers. Well, they'll put in machinery and everything. So that is my thing. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I request Sri Sanjay Dubey ji, Additional Chief Secretary, Urban Development Department, Madhya Pradesh, to share with all of us the state best practices.
Thank you very much. Honorable dignitaries of the dais, Honorable Minister of Urban Development, Delhi Government, and guests. We are here to give you a glimpse of what Madhya Pradesh has been able to achieve over the years. This is my second avatar as Urban Development Secretary. Earlier in 2019 and 20, I was holding charge, and I'm happy to share the stories from then on. But before I start off with my presentation, let me try and give you a very, very summarized view of what I am going to say. If we have to succeed in collection of C&D waste, we have to stop calling it as a waste. It is a wealth. This is a take-home message that you have to carry it along. Till the time you value it as a waste, it will not generate wealth for you. The second most important point that I want to convey to you is, for any waste or wealth generation activity that comes through the solid waste management or a liquid waste management or construction waste, you have to see that the segregation is the key. If you don't segregate the wet and the dry waste, if you don't segregate the medical waste versus the home waste, chances are that you would incur losses and you will never be able to succeed. So if you have to succeed in any kind of a waste treatment, you have to make sure that the segregation happens, and the best segregation can only happen at the door-to-door level. It cannot be at the level at different locations, because the transportation cost of the waste itself takes care of all your resources that you will probably be able to generate. So these are the three take-home messages that you have to carry, and in case you are able to address these three messages, all the previous speakers have spoken about it in a different way. I just wanted to let you make sure that these are the take-home messages that you have to do. And now over to us, what we have been able to achieve. You know, Madhya Pradesh has been successfully and successively being awarded as the cleanest cities, the cleanest capital, the cleanest state. And this has not been possible because of the political support that we have got, because of the personals behind that, our municipal officers, and because of the people that we have them, because everybody now owns that it is their duty not to generate waste, but to reduce waste as far as possible. And as we know the composition, I don't have to go into detail of the composition of any waste, but approximately about 10% of the waste is the C&D waste that we are talking about into making the opportunity treated. If you talk about how it is a typical C&D waste is happening, soil, sand and gravel contributes to about 47% of it. The 32% comes from bricks and masonry, and this contributes to the maximum part of it. And if we don't treat this, what happens is it contributes to air pollution, it creates landfills, which you have to again treat them. And as Honorable Minister was mentioning in the morning, that the legacy waste, when gets mixed with this, it becomes a little bit more challenging, and we have yet not been able to solve in approximately about 214 sites all over the country. Overloads are wetlands or water bodies. It creates a lot of pollution for the ground because the cement seeps in and it contaminates our groundwater, and soil contamination happens. So it is environmentally hazardous. It is economically useless if you don't treat it, and it is waste, as we call it, in a true sense and in true value. And the composition may vary from million cities to smaller cities, but more or less, if you see, Delhi might be generating about 15% of the C&D waste because of the construction activities. And mind you, this C&D waste is going to go up. The percentage C&D waste is going to go up because of the infrastructure developmental activities that is being undertaken by different bodies, by different governments in various parts of the country. As we grow, as our GDP grows, we invest more into infrastructure, and that means the more and more C&D is getting generated. So if we were talking about 2014, one, we never realized that as a problem. The second, the infrastructure development was not at that pace. But now, if we don't rise up to this occasion, possibly is that we might be able to treat other waste, but will not be able to handle this. And that is why it is important for us to look at it. In Madhya Pradesh, we have about 231 TPD of generation of C&D waste. We have already created excessive capacity, processing capacity, and we have yet not stopped, because we do feel that despite having a capacity, and somebody was mentioning in Lucknow, you have 300 TPD plant, but you are getting a waste of 100 TPD. It's a time that people have to be made aware that there is a lot of waste that is getting dumped at different locations. If it can be transported to the rightful site, or if it can be treated at the site, the best possible thing can happen. So in Indore, we have about 100, Bhopal, we have 100 TPD capacity. 3 cities have, and Ujjain, despite not being as big, but a lot of activities are happening because of Sinhast, that is Kumbh, which is going to happen in 2028. So there are a lot of demolition exercises happening, a lot of construction activity going on, and that is why we have created additional facility despite not being a million-plus city compared to Bhopal or Indore. And some other places, Singrauli again is one of the places where you have a lot of power plants. It is in fact considered to be the power capital of the country, because you have almost every power plant, thermal power plant that is that you can name of, and that is why, despite being a very, very small place, we have created a facility for C&D waste management. We all know that about 90% of the waste, C&D waste, can be recycled. Somebody was mentioning that approximately 99% is being treated. We need to learn from them that what needs to be treated for the remaining 10 to 12%, but essentially it is used in the paver blocks, the cement concrete blocks, and the other advantages or other usages have not picked up that well. But as we grow in economic sense, we are sure that there will be many more opportunities, including the pots that you have, the clay pots that we generate, the plant spots that we have. There is an opportunity that we need to explore so as to make sure that all the production or the utilization of the waste happens. If you see, the approach has been that we do the feasibility study, because we do consider that transportation of waste is a time consuming, a money consuming, and a economically less viable project. So have as many collection units, and wherever you are collecting it, if you can have a plant at that place, the best part is taken care of, because transportation cost itself makes the project unfeasible if you are not creating that many facilities across. You have to do an environment impact study, because you can't process the waste in locations where it is residential locations. you have to have little bit away from it because there is a dust which gets generated because of this. You also have to be very careful about selection of the technology. Though it is not very, very difficult technology, yet you have to see as to how you are segregating. And depending upon how the segregation is happening, what kind of mix is there in the C&D, you have to choose the technology, and it may vary from place to place, from location to location, and cities to cities. And lastly, you have to also create a lot of awareness amongst the people. Somebody was mentioning in Delhi, despite you being so developed, still people don't find it very convenient to report this and transport these C&D waste. So you have to have a helpline, you have to have enforcement in place, you have to have a policy for punishing and penalizing the people who don't follow the norms, and you also need to have an ICT intervention so that you create awareness, make the people aware of it, and particularly target the youth, because if a 7-year-old boy gets taught in the class that C&D waste has to be treated, and he goes back and tells his parent, look Papa, you are constructing a house, you cannot do this, that is the time that we have arrived. Till the time we are trying to educate people like me who are gray-haired, it's not going to succeed. It is better to have people, the students, the boys and the girls, be made aware of what they are supposed to do for the environmental protection. The chances are that we will be able to succeed. I don't have to run this end-to-end flow chart. We all know the process and how it's finally converted into a usable material, which my previous speakers have spoken about. So that is the general flow of the material collection, segregation, cleaning, and then finally converting into a product. These are the capacities that we have done. The kind of the table that why I have shown is, it's not a very heavy investment that you are required to do. It's only the person behind it and somebody who is already doing it. The person behind it, if they are passionate about it, you don't have a large investment required, and they are all bankable propositions, by the way. So all of these C&D waste facilities are actually bankable. They can be done on a PPP. It's not a waste or a resource requirement from the municipal bodies. It is for the million plus, this is non-million plus cities. I'll just give you an example of 3 locations. One is in Indore. It's a PPP model. We earn revenue out of it. We have only given land. The whole investment is done by the concessionaire. It is approximately about 3 lakhs of monthly investment that we do. We transport this material to the site. We charge citizen for transportation of this. The free of cost transportation is given to the concessionaire. Concessionaire treats it, sells it out, and gives us revenue. It's about 9 lakh rupees that we get per annum. It's not much, but still we don't have to pay. And that is partially able to cover our transportation costs, but it takes care of our wastage requirement, and we probably will be able to now, after this regulation comes in, we will be able to get some credit also, which we will be able to sell in the market. The other model in Jabalpur is again on the similar lines. Here also what we have done is given a land to them. The concession period is 10 years. The construction and operation both is done by the concessionaire, and we charge user charges for transportation it from the citizens, and partially the revenue comes from the person. So both the revenue from the concessionaire and the charges that we have imposed on the citizens actually break evens the expenditure that the urban local body has to take care of it, and it also prevents so much of a carbon generation otherwise if it would have been utilized for a fresh material. And the third model that we have done is in Sagar, where the project cost is 3.4 crore, OPEX is there, concession period is 10 years. What we have done is the construction, the facility has been created by the ULB. Here another model. In earlier models, the facility was created by a concessionaire. Here the facility is created by ULB, but then the transportation of material is the responsibility of the concessionaire. So there the burden of taking care of the transportation is not with the ULB, but the concessionaire picks it up from wherever he is informed about, and they then take it to the site, treats it, and gives us the revenue back to the ULB. So these are the 3, and Sagar is a smaller town, Jabalpur is a middle level town, and Indore is a million plus city. So you can imagine that all kinds of capacities can be there, all kinds of opportunities are there. Depending upon the size of the city, the awareness of the city, you can have multiple location or collection points. The collection point, if possible, should be the treating point also, so as to minimize the transportation cost, and you have to make people aware. Segregate the thing, stop treating C&D as a waste but as a wealth generation, and make sure that everybody is aware and is partnering in this growth story and in the treatment. Finally, you have to upscale, you have to unlock the circular economy, upscale your outreach, meet the C&D waste requirement, upgrade yourself with the regulations that the government of India is going to come up. You would be able to achieve 100% viability of these projects, and it is possible. We have shown it to the world, and we continue to lead this way, and we hope that we will be the ones who would continue to create examples whereby people can follow us. Thank you very much for having given this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. It was quite an insightful presentation. It is a time to listen and learn from the best practices of Ahmedabad. I request Shri Amrutesh Aurangabadkar Kalidas ji, Deputy Commissioner, Ahmedabad Municipal Commissioner, and Shri Sridhar Pandya ji, Director, Ahmedabad Enviro Project Private Limited, to share their experiences in the sector. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. Can I operate it from here? Okay, thank you. This, I think we can just skip. All the previous speakers have already spoken about it. When it comes to Ahmedabad's approach to managing C&D, Ahmedabad began quite early. Before 1990s, it was just a debris, and it was a disposal kind of an era. Recycling awareness began since the early 1990s, and then the talk of recycling, having some processing units, was the talk of the town. The regulatory procedures and the setup picked up from 2000s to in the decade, and now we are in the circular economy. 2020, I think 2018 onwards, we can say roughly. So the generation of C&D waste in the city, how it increased over the years. Currently, we are having 1100 ton per day of C&D waste roughly. The composition of the waste, as we can see, the maximum is the bricks and masonry part of it, which constitutes 50%, followed by soil, sand, roughly around 12%, and other components. The major sources for C&D waste generation. This also, I will refer this slide later again towards the end of the presentation. One is the redevelopment projects. As we all know, a major part of the city is undergoing redevelopment. New complexes are coming up, and old ones are getting demolished. So that is why we need to have a proper scientific setup for handling the C&D waste. Currently, in the absence of such projects, what few cities are facing is that waste is just dumped in any of the open plots, be it a private plot or be it a corporation plot. Wherever there is an open plot, you can find a heap of debris lying around. So currently, while we are tackling solid waste, wet waste, dry waste, construction and debris waste will also be a major challenge if we don't wake up right now and we don't have the processing units in the near future. The second one is the upcoming construction sites and the renovation of existing constructions. As we all said, private land dumping, nighttime dumping. Generally, in Ahmedabad, we catch hold of the vehicles which are dumping the waste, and we keep them with us for a month, 2 months, as long as we can, and we penalize them heavily. So they have found a way out. They dump during the night time. Needless to say, we also responded, and we also deployed night squads to catch hold of vehicles during night time. But it is an endless cycle. New problems will have to have new solutions. Railways, when it comes to railways, there is a limitation. We cannot directly enter the railway line and catch hold of any vehicle. So we also need to coordinate with the departments. This is a overview of the project which is currently up and running in the city. So it was commissioned in 2015. It was way back. 1,000 ton per day. The capex was 14 crores. It was borne by the concessionaire, and OPEX is around roughly 19 lakhs per month. As we know, we also, the previous presenter just mentioned that there are intermediate storage sites. City of Ahmedabad is spread over an area of 475 square kilometers. So we need quite a few plots wherein they will act as intermediate storage points, and from those plots we actually transport the debris to the processing facility. We have identified 25 such locations wherein people can come and they can dump their C&D waste, and it will be our responsibility to take care of those plots and transfer waste from these plots to the processing plant. All these plots are owned by the corporation, and currently, as we can see, the plots are generally open and people come and dump over there. And the neighborhood generally complains that we don't want such plots near us. It creates a lot of sound, lot of dust, and it is messy. So to take care of this, this is a photograph of the storage plot which we have developed. And it is not only enclosed, but it also has state-of-the-art facilities like misting, continuous watering, so that it is free of the pollution. We also take care of the air quality indexes. We also have measuring equipments in these collection centers. Out of these 25, as on date, 3 are already ready, and the remaining of them are in different stages of commissioning. So the operational model, when it comes to that, I'll highlight a few points, just a few points. The period is of a total of 30 years. We have allotted 5 acres of land at a token rate of 1 rupees per square meter, I'm sorry, and we get a royalty of 2.5% of the product sales. So it is, we also have an on-demand collection system for the citizens. What happens is citizens do not know actually whom to contact for disposal of the C&D waste. For example, somebody is renovating their own house. So there's some demolition done, then where to put it? They put it on the road. So we have announced a number, a WhatsApp number as well as a telephonic number, wherein people can just call up and say, fine, this roughly there's a truckload of material or half a truckload of material, and if somebody can come and collect it. So we charge for it. It is based on the truckload size, the quantity of the waste, and we just pick it up from their neighborhood. So that is another facility which AMC has announced. AMC has a unique policy of buying back the processed products from the concessionaire. We have a buyback of 50% of the paver block and the curbstones which the road projects put to use in their own projects, and 25% buybacks on the machine hole covers. And I would also like to highlight all these products are NABL aggregated and they are up to the mark. There's an interesting point to this. For example, if AMC buys a paver block from the market, it costs us around 34 rupees per square foot. And if we buy the recycled ones, it costs us 30 rupees per square foot. So it is actually cheaper and of the same standards. So we are definitely using all the products which are produced in our plant. The regulatory oversight, as we all know, I already mentioned air quality, NABL accredited products, and automation of the system. This is the impact. 20 millimeter aggregate, as we can see, 1,92,500 of metric ton of natural resources have been saved till date. When it comes to use, processing, collection, processing, and reuse of the C&D waste. When it comes to 10 mm aggregate, 1.78 lakh metric tons of natural resources have been saved. Recycled sand, same as with the brick aggregates. And all of these products are used not only by the corporation, but also private players are also buying it from the concessionaire. The final products, these are quite a few. Corporations, the urban local bodies also have a problem of encroachments in their open plots. So we have a precast compound walls, and corporation has till date already used up the precast compound wall of more than 80,000 running square meters. The paver blocks also have been used, and precast items like benches, flower pots, all others have also been used. Insofar as C&D collection system is concerned, there are some technical innovations which we have put to use. We have CCTV system. Needless to say, most of the cities have it. We have more than 10,000 in the city. So what we do is we have AI-based systems to track all the vehicles which are carrying construction and demolition waste. Are they covered with the green nets? That is one. And where are they going and dumping? That is two. So we track them by the number plates, ANPR, and we find them. That is one part of it. Swachhata squads, as I said, we deploy nighttime teams. We catch hold of vehicles which are dumping illegally, transporting illegally out of the system. M-Challan is, there are no hard bills, no hard notices. It is entirely computerized and digitized. Plots, as we said, we have designated 25 plots across the city. All the vehicles which are transporting the C&D waste in the city are fitted with GPS system, and there is real-time monitoring of the entire thing. A handshake model. There's a very big lake in the city. It is called Chandora Talav. there were more than 15,000 hutments which were illegally constructed inside the lake. So there was a huge demolition drive which was carried out, and needless to say, the debris was around 86,000 metric tons. So how do we cater to this? So what we did is we announced a handshake model. Whosoever in the private sector wants to come to the site and pick it up, we allow it. There is no cost, we don't want anything. The transportation would be taken care of, whosoever wants to carry it away. So that is what we have introduced. The first right of refusal, needless to say, is to the concessionaire, which is already on board. So Nayan model, as I already mentioned, AI-based monitoring and night squads. The environmental impact, we can see, had we not processed this, all this would have been lying somewhere in the plots of corporations, some private unused plots or outskirts of the city, which are generally the entrance points of the city, though, so that the city looks dirty unnecessarily. So over 34 lakh metric tons, we have been successfully able to divert. Recycled products of 21 lakh metric tons have been already put to use by corporation as well as private players. When it comes to tons, CO2 tons, I mean 2,72,000 tons of CO2 emissions have been controlled. They have been prevented. And the climate benefits and over 250 crores worth of recycled materials have been put to use till date since the plant has been commissioned. So the way forward is we want to plan ahead of the times. So current waste generation of CND, as I mentioned, it is around 1,200 tons per day. We have a plant of 1,000 tons per day. We already have another plant of 1,000 tons per day coming up. It will be commissioned in another 2 months' time. And we are quite sure that we shall be able to take care of Ahmedabad's construction and demolition waste, which whatever is generated, it will be recycled. And now I will like to invite Sridhar to take over the concessionaire part of the presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, Bhavano, you can continue with the same presentation, please. Same presentation, please. So, I will actually take one step back and tell you all a bit of a different story from what we've heard from the morning. The background of C&D waste management in Ahmedabad. The background of C&D waste in Ahmedabad actually originates after the first plant in Delhi came up in 2009. The agenda of the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation at that point in time, before setting up these plants prior to the rules coming out, was to channelize C&D waste separately from solid waste, which was actually creating a hindrance in effective segregation and management of solid waste. Hence, C&D waste management as a project was initiated by Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation prior to the rules. 3 or 4 quick touch points there that Sir briefly highlighted, but I would like to give a bit more details about. So there is 4 primary stages to C&D waste: collection, transportation, processing, and materials. But the first thing a city needs to do is create an assessive ecosystem around how waste management effectively works. So what are the things AMC has done to create that effective ecosystem which enables the project you are seeing in front of you? The first thing AMC did is engage users, actual generators of C&D, to pay a C&D waste processing charge as part of our building permits proposals. So people going in for residential construction or commercial construction pay a stipulated amount of money to the corporation that then facilitates our project as a payment and does not burden the department as a financial model. That's part number 1. Part number 2 is effective models for collection and transportation, both for bulk waste generators and non-bulk waste generators. Non-bulk waste generators have the option of debris on call, as Sir highlighted, with amounts identified per metric ton that they could call on, collect the waste and get it transformed. Secondly, bulk waste generators have 2 options. Either they can collect their waste and send to the locations as created by the corporation where we collect it from, or they could make a collection request to us, or they could send the waste directly to the recycling facility, and there's different amounts identified in all 3 levels for effective recycling. The third and the most critical component of making this project successful is the effective buyback model. When I say buyback model, Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation was the first city in India to effectively implement the guidelines of the C&D waste management rules. As Sir highlighted, 50% buyback of first right of refusals on paver blocks, 25% buyback on the first right of refusals on manhole covers. We've currently supplied more than 31 kilometers worth of compound walls across the city on all major projects. enabling us to truly create a circular model where waste generated in the city that is being paid by the actual user in the principle of waste management of user pay is actually being reutilized by the corporation, creating an ecosystem where it benefits all the citizens within where we are currently operating. Quickly just going to the products that we've currently made and highlighted, as Sir was saying, we've not just limited ourselves to making pavers, compound walls and garden equipment. We've also supplied more than 500 toilets under Swachh Bharat mission during the first phase of SBM, when municipal toilets were defined and designed to be implemented and installed across the city. We supplied over 500 precast toilets to Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation as well. So that was a marquee project in terms of what we did. So two components to it. What do we actually do in recycling and how do we recover products? So we have a wet processing line. Wet processing line enables us to do this. But the critical component there being, we are actually focused on reutilization. Because as an entity, as a company, our primary focus is on reutilization, effective collection, transportation, and supply to the corporation, be able to create a model where it benefits the department and all their waste gets effectively channelized. Because that is the department's primary concern, that there's no illegal dumping of waste. So as Sir suggested, with the multitude of solutions they've created for monitoring, they enable that the waste reaches the collection centers or to our sites directly. We are able to recycle it and channelize it, and we know we have assurance of a buyback if we are able to achieve those stipulated standards and supply to the department. So that ecosystem has enabled us to successfully run this project prior to the rules coming out in 2016, and now it's been a decade. We are in 2025. Our project started back in March or April 2015. We've been successfully running this for 10 years now. And just to give a slight caveat, sir, the Indore plant was also initially built by us. Then there was another vendor who came in and operated it. So we've been effectively doing this for a decade, sir. This is a model that, sir, needs to be understood holistically. So it's not just about creating the physical plant infrastructure. It's about creating the entire ecosystem that AMC has enabled, which makes the project successful. So while the plant may be the heart of the body, the rest of the entire nervous system is the policies that Sir and his department have enabled, which is making us do what we are trying to do right now. So thank you very much.
अभी तक हम लोग प्रेजेंटेशन के मिडवे में आ चुके हैं और आई होप कि जो भी आप लोगों ने सुना है उसमें बहुत सारे क्वेरीज होंगे, तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा अभी तक जो प्रेजेंटर्स हैं एक बार सामने चेयर पे आ जाएं. वी विल टेक फ्यू क्वेश्चंस, जिससे कि जो भी आप लोग सुने हैं वो न सिर्फ आपके लिए बल्कि दूसरों के लिए भी फायदा होगा, तो दैट विल बी हेल्पफुल. आई रिक्वेस्ट शरणदीप सिंह जी, प्लीज कम. देन Christian, Mr. Christian, please come. Manoj Kumar Saxena ji and Ajay Agrawal ji. Yes. And Asia sir, Sanjay Kumar Dubey sir. And Amritesh ji, I think there is problem. एक चेयर वहाँ पे निकाल लेते हैं. इसमें आप लोगों से निवेदन है एक एक हैंड रेज करके जो भी हाँ क्वेश्चंस हैं उनमें, और जो जिन मतलब स्पीकर से आप रेज करना चाहते हैं क्वेश्चन, उनका भी एक बार नाम करके बताएं. सो लाइक दैट विल टेक क्वेश्चंस. यस, हाँ, हेलो, प्लीज प्लीज गिव माइक है.
SK Singh from Central Building Research Institute, Roorkee. Anybody can give answers, because you know that we are continuously, everybody is working and model has come up for processing of C&D waste. But still, you know that it is being hesitant by the people to utilize into the construction sector. There is one thing, because unawareness. Another thing is that our biggest body, what is that CPWD, which has not been included into their DSR because and other things. So how will be the way forward for making or utilizing these products as a upcycling, not only that recycling. Upcycling means as a new product, modified system, so that way we can go ahead or we can have a way forward for this one. Thank you.
नहीं, थैंक यू। ऐसे CPWD का एक प्रेजेंटेशन है, सर विल बी रियली रेस्पॉन्डिंग, लेकिन अभी स्टेट पर्सपेक्टिव से सर जो भी मेजर्स लिए गए हैं, यदि कोई लोग कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकें। यस सर।
The first and the foremost requirement for adoption of CND waste or the waste generation is including the materials produced in the SOR. Until you have an SOR, even if somebody wants to use it, they are not encouraged to use it. And that has to be taken care of by the respective PWD departments, because generally, I don't know about the other states. In Madhya Pradesh, it is the PWD which adopts the new materials and other departments continue to follow, which probably is the case in the central government also. So that is the first thing. The second thing is the enforcement part of it. The urban local bodies have to make sure that they are able to enforce this to the citizens. Until there is a penalty, or somebody was mentioning in Ahmedabad also that people would continue to dump it. So you have to have that kind of an opportunity given to the citizens, that if they don't follow the norms, they will be heavily penalized. If these two things are taken care of from the government side, technology is available, as Anderson has also said, and the other concessionaires has said, as far as the collection or getting the money out of the whole product is possible. So it is self-sustainable, feasible, technology is available, it's only the enforcement part and a little bit of encouragement, as far as I understand. If there is any other viewpoint on it.
Sanjeev from CPWD side, there is one presentation, and your batchmate is going to give that presentation. And in my opinion, I think more than 45 items we have included in DSR, and we are in the continuous process to include furthermore. From CPWD side, we are in the process, but problem is that there is no BIS standard, and we need that, and we are also working on that. Thank you.
सर हाँ, BIS का भी प्रेजेंटेशन एक हम लोग अरेंज किए हैं सर। हाँ, yes, they will be speaking. So हाँ, yes, that portion is coming. Any other question? Yes.
Yes. Can I add to it? Yes. As
2025 new rules, which in the EC compensation already being taken care, and earlier it was not there. So as sir is mentioning that the compensations and the penalty will be on the producers, then it will be definitely be the enforcement will be the good way. And another one is that the collection point and the intermediate storage facilities we have to be arranged as soon as possible, and the processing facility. And he mentioned the BIS already being is a part of that, and they are going to work on this. And this is also one of the stakeholder in the new rules also. This is right.
Okay. As you point at, sir has already said, one is the collection part of it. So unless it is heavily penalized, it should be prohibitive. For example, when we seize the vehicles, we keep them with us for a month. So it is prohibitive to dump illegally. It should be that expensive to dump illegally. That is one part of it. And second, I would say, is standardizing. That is equally important. So when AMC passed the resolution of 50% and 25% mandatory use of recycled products, we also ensured that they are, all the matches are tested in the labs, and we have the certifications done, so that the quality is not compromised. So yes.
Thank you. Pradeep, Chief Engineer, Pradeep Kumar.
सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन जैसे सर ने बताया था इसी सर ने कि एमपी की एसओआरस में पीडब्ल्यूडी में इसको इंकॉर्पोरेट किया है, तो क्या इस तरह के प्रोविज़न किए हैं कि अगर आप कन्वेंशनल एग्रीगेट्स यूज़ करते हो तो कंक्रीट का ये रेट रहेगा, और यदि आप रिसाइकल्ड एग्रीगेट्स को यूज़ करते हैं तो आपका कंक्रीट का रेट इस तरह का रहेगा? ऐसा कोई प्रोविज़न एसओआरस में किया गया है या नहीं किया गया? सेकेंड, जो आपने अमितेश जी ने अप्लाई किया है, जस्ट टू क्लियरिटी लेना चाहता हूँ कि जो ये बायबैक पॉलिसी जो बनाई है, ये क्या कॉन्ट्रेक्चुअल ऑब्लिगेशन था या इसका कोई मतलब स्टेट लेवल पे किसी तरह का कोई एक मैंडेट लेकर के और ऑल लोकल बॉडीज को इस तरह का जारी किया गया है? थैंक यू।
It was a decision taken at the level of the corporation, and the standing committee of the corporation passed a resolution to that effect.
SOR rates अलग अलग ही हैं because you have to define it, you have to say recycle waste से बने हुए प्रोडक्ट एक साथ
नहीं, अभी जो DSR है जो सीबीडब्ल्यूडी पब्लिश करती है उसपे वो रिसाइकिल प्रोडक्ट्स ही हैं और एज ए म्यूनिसिपैलिटी भी मैंने अपने यहाँ कुछ जो मार्केट आइटम्स हैं एज ए मार्केट आइटम डेवलप किए हैं वो रिसाइकलिंग को लेके और एक जो थंब रूल रखा है कि जो फ्रेश वेस्ट फ्रेश कंक्रीट से फ्रेश मटेरियल वर्जिन मटेरियल से जो बनी हुई चीज़ है उसकी कॉस्ट 100 रुपये है तो मैंने उसको 15% कम करके 85% पे मैंने लिस्टिंग की है। तो मैं आज अपने किसी भी प्रोड्यूसर से सीएनडी वेस्ट प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट से खरीदता हूँ तो उस चीज़ को 85 रुपये में खरीदता हूँ। एम आई राइट? सो दैट्स इट वी हैव और एंड डेफिनेटली अभी सीबीडब्ल्यूडी इसी प्रोसेस में लाइक अभी उन्होंने बीड़ा उठाया है कि भाई एटलीस्ट M20 M30 उन चीज़ों को इसमें शामिल किया जाए। तो अब समय की जैसे डिमांड है, रूल्स आए जैसे पहली बार 2016 में और एमसीडी ने लाइक प्लान बनाया 2009 में 11 में, है ना? तो उसी तरीके की चीज़ें इवॉल्व हो रही हैं आगे के साथ में।
ओके, एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? हाँ, अच्छा, जस्ट वन, अच्छा, ओके, प्लीज गो अहेड।
Hi, thank you all for great presentations. I'm Keshav. I'm an assistant professor at the Indian Institute of Science, Civil Engineering Department. My question is for Mr. Engelson. So first of all, thank you for the presentation and thank you for bringing up the topic of carbon sequestration and CCUS. As we see it right now in the research community, that's the only way in which we can achieve net zero in the construction sector, apart from all of the great work that we're doing here, right? That said, I had two specific technical questions for the technology you demonstrated with the blocks. The first is, are you carbonating the recycled concrete and then using them as aggregates, or are you using them directly and then carbonating? And the second follow-up question to that is, are you only able to achieve surface carbonation, or are you also working on ways in which you can carbonate the entire block at a stretch?
To answer your first question, we are determining how much CO2 that is consumed by the concrete block, and that is under normal carbonation, and that is prescribed CO2 uptake during the service life of 60 or 100 years, and that is that sequestration is according to the ISO standard, and it's allowable to include in for example, the environmental product declaration. This is what I showed with the EPD of the Godrej concrete block. The other question is that, and by the way, this around 50 to 80% of the CO2 carbonation potential or the mineralization potential is being achieved during service life of somehow porous block of M15 around that. Of course, the CO2 uptake is slower in a bulk concrete with increasing grade, of course. The second question, I mean, what we are launching now in Europe and also in Norway is to take out the CO2 potential using the binders or the fine fraction. If you crush concrete, you will have 20% of fines, let's say less than 1 mm. And these fines are, I mean, if you use it straight away to include that in a 0 to 4 mm sand, it will not work good in concrete because of the too much fines. That fine we are trying to carbonate or mineralize with in 100%, and only in 100% you will get, of course, CCU, but you will also get a binder because of the formation of amorphous silica gel. So that approach we are at now. It's not really easy, and you need to mineralize it through wet carbonation, not dry or semi-dry. Yeah.
Okay, Soni ji.
Thank you. Excellent presentations. I have 2 pointers. One is we are all talking about construction, CND waste in large cities, Tier 1. But in Tier 2 and 3 cities, there is no awareness also with the local bodies to understand. And I think so it is a step very importantly required. It was mentioned by you and in the beginning or one of the speakers. I think so. I'm working in Assam. We are trying to put in material recovery facilities there or recycling centers. We are having the land which is right in the water. And we are trying to get hold of the CND waste there, but to very little charm. But that's a pointer which I wanted to send it. But I wanted to put a thought on the Swachh Sarvekshan. We are having the Swachh Sarvekshan going in the cities, and at one point we are also bringing the material recyclability in all materials, whether it's solar, plastics or electronics or CND waste or paper or glass. I think so time has come in order to really show the performance of the city. Thank you very much for your lovely presentations, the two officers sitting here. I think so it's very important that we relook the Swachh Sarvekshan and bring into the aspects so that the material recyclability which has been shown. Nowhere in the city we show the dashboard to the community at large. If I want to buy, we are wanting BIS to create standards. They will certainly create standards. But those standards are trying to see a quality aspect. But I think so the cities really need to highlight to the common man or the common person that this is the amount of recyclability through the dashboards which has been created and used in the city. And such Sarvekshan would be one of those reasons which need to be made more transparent in the system. That's one. Tristan, I wanted to ask you one, and please reflect on the thought, what are your views. I wanted to ask you one. There has been a lot of research going on in the use of plastics with cement. I don't know if it's happening at your place in that or not, or yes, and what are your thoughts about it? And my reflections from the first pointer from the government officials, please. Thank you.
Sir, I think ACS sir, जो smaller towns के problems हैं, their awareness थोड़ा सा, I think Singrauli and other cases are there. How state has been successfully able to set up plants and operate it.
As I've mentioned it earlier, that you need to focus on enforcement, and unless you are able to achieve it, you will not be able to succeed treating the CND waste. Singrauli, despite being a smaller town, as I've mentioned you, that it is one of the largest power producer town in the country. It has more than 20,000 megawatt of installed capacity of a thermal power plant. It is bordering districts of UP, Sonbhadra, and closer to Allahabad. So it's multiple agencies, they are big town, big players who are involved in it, and it is easy for us to enforce that in towns like Singrauli. Because if we just issue a notice to them and publish it, there will be a lot of negative publicity to these players, and that is why they follow the norms. But since there is a lot of coverage that has been achieved by government of Madhya Pradesh because of having stressed on Swachh Sarvekshan, from the day one when we decided about it, we were focused on segregation of waste. And there, when we were doing this segregation, we realized that if we have to treat our waste, it is about 10-12% of this component that we need to take care of it. So from day one, when the Swachh Sarvekshan started, we were focused on it. It took some time, but now it is ingrained in the minds of each and every individual, whether there is a municipal commissioner who takes over charge or the common man who is there. They now know, it has become their habit that yes, they have to follow the norms, and there are penalties that we have imposed heavily on it. And in each case, whenever we impose this penalty, we publicize it very, very strongly in the local media, because then that brings the clear-cut indication that the authorities are very serious about it. Until you have that, whether it is small town or a big town, people have to accept that this is the way that they have to perform, else there will be penalties. So that is the only way. You can't keep on educating every time. You have to be actually regulating this also, besides creating the awareness.
Yeah. Thank you. We will take more questions. Now we will again resume second part of it. And as far as Swachh Sarvekshan is concerned, every year you might have seen our theme is changing. So already waste to wealth has been one theme, and here in this conclave also there are two such sessions, one circularity in construction waste and another is circularity in overall. So I think whatever you are thinking, that is itself reflecting, and in coming time you will see more and more. So yeah, you want to?
I was asked a question about plastic and cement. I'm not sure what you mean by plastic and cement. Microplastic in. Okay. In Norway, we are trying to reduce the plastic fibers in spray concrete with wood fibers. They are only used as to prevent fire. I mean destruction when a fire takes place in a tunnel in the spray concrete. There we use plastic fibers, and those we are trying to replace by wood fibers, because of course, because it's plastic, but also it hinders the recycling of the spray concrete when you are taking it down. So that is something we are doing.
We will take more questions. This has been only appetizer. Before leaving this hall, we have to come out with clear suggestion, because on those suggestions, as you listen, Honorable Minister, we have to work also, and roadmap and even progress, everything will be monitored. So just apart from hearing these presentations, keep on raising, as if you are implementer, what type of challenges you will face, what type of things you find as a impediment. Those things will be taking and discussing after another set of presentations are there.
Can I start? Or are we finished?
No. This is now over. I request you all to please come to your seat. Again we will call. Again, second part. Yeah. So, thank you.
Let us now move towards the most important part of any processes or projects, that is standardization. I will now request Shri Jitendra Kumar Chaudhary ji, Deputy Director, Civil Engineering Department, Bureau of Indian Standards, to throw some light upon the setting standards in C&D waste management and their utilization.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? I hope am I audible. Respected dignitaries present here, experts, my colleagues, friends. For the last couple of hours, we have seen such a good presentations on the process and manufacturing of the C&D waste utilization. We have also seen two case studies from MP and as well as Ahmedabad, and from Delhi also. So just taking the 3R principle, 1 R out of it, that is the recyclable. So I'm going to little bit talk more about the recycled materials, recycled aggregates which are used in the concrete and construction. Because based on the discussions which has held just now, I can see that many of the experts who are sitting here, they are not aware about the standard specifications which are present on the aggregates, recycled aggregates, as well as the applications of recycled aggregates. So that I will highlight upon that one. So first I will highlight about what is the significance and what are the needs of the Indian standards before moving to the specifications. So first, through the standards, we want to promote, we want to enhance the product quality and the process efficiency by giving the very specific requirements of the particular products to meet the needs of the entire concrete and concrete structures. Second one, facilitate trade of the products across border, national boundaries as well as the international boundaries, because BIS is a participating member at the ISO platform also. And there we have so many national standards body, different countries, they are having different, so making one standard which are adopted by the other countries, so that will facilitate the trade of the products between such those countries basically. And standards, they act as a catalyst for innovation and the research and development works. Some specifications we put in the standards, and that becomes a basis for carrying out further research, further innovation studies for the academic institutions, for the research scholars, for the students of various academic bodies. Then it also helps in the implementation of government policies and programs. That I would, at the end of this presentation, I would just make a request for this standardization. Then building trust and market confidence among the industries, among the associations, among the consumers. And the last one, not the least, contributes the overall economy of the nation and development. Those who are not aware about the standardization, just little bit highlight that basically since standards are national standards, so it cannot be formulated by 1 person, 2 person or 3 person. It needs to be formulated by taking the cognizance, by taking the expertise, by taking the contribution from different stakeholders across the nation, across the country, even at the international experts also. So we have different national technical committees in BIS which are dealing with different subject areas, and they gives their suggestions, their feedback for providing reference. So one of the technical committees in Civil Engineering Department at BIS is the Cement and Concrete Sectional Committee, which is responsible for the formulation and development of standards related to cement, pozzolanic materials, aggregates, concrete, and all the test methods which are required for testing and assessing the properties of aggregates, cement and concrete. A typical composition of the technical committees basically incorporates the government organizations, PSUs, academic institutions all across the nation, R&D bodies, industry associations, as well as the individual experts. Some of experts of our committee are already sitting here in this room. Okay, so now coming to the types of aggregates which are used in concrete. So first one is basically the natural aggregates, we all know, which come from the natural sources. And the second one is the aggregates from other than natural sources. If I'll go for the description of natural aggregates, it comes to the crushed stone, crushed gravel, uncrushed stones also, and aggregates which are formed by the natural disintegration of the rocks, which we are calling in this presentation virgin aggregates. Now the aggregates which are coming from other than natural sources, they consist of industrial byproducts at the manufactured aggregates such as fly ash, bottom ash, iron slag and steel slag. And second one is the recycled aggregates from the construction and demolition waste. That is the topic for our discussion today. I will not go brief about the iron and steel slag because that will require entire one-day discussion over here. So today I will focus more upon the recycled aggregates as part of our discussion. So recycled aggregates from the C&D waste are further categorized. Every country, they have their own standard specifications. As per Indian standard, we classify recycled aggregates into two categories. One is the recycled aggregates, one is the recycled concrete aggregates. So in recycled aggregates, we are having, these aggregates have been derived by crushing of concrete, bricks, tiles, stones, and many other masonry items which are present in the concrete construction. And it can be used as fine aggregates in the concrete. Then second, we are having the recycled concrete aggregates which are derived from the concrete after requisite processing, which we have seen in some of the presentations which are made earlier by our experts. And recycled concrete aggregates, they find usage as coarse as well as fine aggregates in the concrete. Now, if we make a comparison of the characteristics or performance of recycled aggregates as compared to natural aggregates, so we see that after making any demolition, we see the biggest villain in the recycled aggregate is basically the adhered mortar, or we call it as adhered cement paste basically. And that becomes the basis for all the differences in the properties of natural aggregates as well as the recycled aggregates. So first is basically the high porosity, which are found in generally all the recycled aggregates. Second one is the high water absorption because of the porosity, and because of this porous nature, it founds the lower specific gravity as compared to the natural aggregates. So all this machinery, all these innovations in the manufacturing, in the processing, they should take into account that as much as this adhered mortar, adhered cement paste will be removed from these aggregates, recycled aggregates, it will become much usable as if we will compare with the natural aggregates or virgin aggregates. So due to these above characteristics, utilization of recycled aggregates is limited in the concrete construction, and they are only, as of now, we are making only the partial replacement of the natural aggregates. But we can see that in further coming years, coming future period, we can see that more and more researches, more and more technological innovations and development will help us to increase further this partial replacement. Now coming to the first standard on the recycled aggregates as part of the C&D waste utilization. This is the basic, I will say this is basic parent and Bible code for the aggregates which are used in entire concrete and concrete construction. With all the products which are made of this concrete, it will be useful as a basic ingredient raw material to form that concrete. So this is 383 2016 specification, coarse and fine aggregates for concrete. This standard permits the use of construction and demolition waste for the manufacture of aggregates as a step towards an effective management and utilization of this waste. So presently, this standard is under revision. Last version, third revision, came in 2016, and now very shortly we will come out with the next revision. What the changes we have, I just quickly brief about whatever the modifications we have made in this fourth revision. First one, of course, based upon the various innovations and developments in the technology as well as the material studies, what have been done at National Council for Cement and Building Materials, various academic institutions of the country, R&D organizations. We have improved the extent of utilization of this recycled aggregates and the industrial byproducts aggregates in the concrete construction. That is the first major revision which has been made in this version. Second one, we have provided more rationalized requirements on the grading requirements of the aggregates, on the limits of deleterious materials, on the various extent of usage, different test parameters, right from the specific gravity, water absorption, and all those criteria which are there. So these are the limits for the recycled aggregates as per the existing IS 383/2016. Recycled coarse aggregate, as already mentioned, that it can be used in both coarse aggregate as well as fine aggregate. So in the earlier edition, it was restricted up to 25% in the plain concrete and 20% in reinforced concrete, which is allowed up to M25 grade only. And for lean concrete, all these recycled materials are completely acceptable. Lean concrete we generally prefer for M7.5, M10, up to M15 grade concrete basically. Now, the extent of utilization which are proposed as per the new revision draft of this 383. So we have improved these limits of percentage utilization in the coarse aggregate as 40%, in the plain concrete, reinforced concrete up to 40%. So these are the proposed values as of now. We have issued the draft for commenting, and we have got very good feedback from different stakeholders. And so we will again review these limits, and we will come back with the final recommendations as made by the concerned technical committee. Then another series in line with the IS 383. IS 383 provides the specifications or requirements which are required for producing any industrial byproduct aggregates or recycled concrete aggregates or recycled aggregates. Now, in order to test all those parameters, all those quality control parameters, there are list of test method standards which are there, which are covered under this IS 2386 series. So part 1 deals with the particle size and shape, which helps in doing the gradation. Part 2 deals with the estimation of deleterious materials and the organic impurities, which basically affects the durability property, mechanical properties of the aggregates, specific gravity, density, absorption, bulking. Then soundness, measuring mortar making properties of the aggregates, alkali aggregate reactivity, which is very crucial and important for making the durable concrete structures, for improving the life of the structure. And part 8 deals with the petrographic examination. And since 383, the basic specification code is under revision, so in line with that, the committee has taken up this revision of this 2386 also. So both these revisions of 383 as well as 2386 will come together by early next year. Now coming to the specifications we have given for all the aggregates which are used in concrete construction. Now we are coming to the application areas where these are already there. So first one is the precast concrete paving grids and grass pavers. This is covered last year, it has been published 18894, which is already there. Then concrete paving blocks as per IS 15658 2021, it is there. Precast concrete paving flags 18889. Pulverized fuel ash cement bricks 16720, and yes, of course, not the least, concrete pavements as per the relevant IRC standards, and of course for the plain and reinforced concrete which we have seen in the last slides. So these are the applicable products which are there in the which are already governing in the various standard specifications. So it is my request that I will come to in the next slide for those areas. Then testing and quality control parameters, these are already listed in the 2386. Resistance to abrasion, crushing and impact, presence of fines, presence of chlorides and sulfates, alkali content, deleterious materials and the durability requirement. These are the major revisions in the current IS 2386 basically. Now what are the way forwards to go in future? So first one is the regular updation and monitoring the requirements related to the recycled aggregates, for which BIS is always committed for any new proposal, for any suggestion in the revision or creating a new standard. So we are already working upon that one. Very shortly we are also going to release the new standard on the 3D printed concrete as well, which are also giving some guidelines about the recycled aggregates as well. Second, I will just want to further aid in doing the research and innovation studies which are already carrying out in the most of the academic institutions of the country, all the R&D bodies, that it should be carried out continuously in order to improve the properties of the recycled concrete aggregates, in what way we can further improve it, and secondly, what are the other new sustainable and alternate materials which can be used in making the concrete. So that is also a new suggestion, a topic for all the young engineers and scientists they can carry out for doing their researches in future. Then promoting the use of the sustainable and recycled materials to reduce the waste generation. This is already BIS is doing through their Indian standards specifications. And last but not the least, since I can see most of the government authorities and state government officials are sitting here, so I would request that whatever the specifications we have presented over here, coming to IS 383 or the various product standard specifications which are there, I would request that kindly go through these standards and try to incorporate them in the building bylaws or the tender documents on the various construction projects which are there, so as to make a suitable reference to the Indian standards. Because being the national standards body of India, we are always committed to create and formulate new standards and revisions of every existing standards, but we cannot enforce the agencies to use those standards until and unless they are referred by the government ministries as well as the concerned municipalities and municipal corporations. So that is my one of the request to all the officials who are sitting here to make reference to the these standard specifications. With this, I would like to thank everybody. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, let's understand upcycling of the C&D waste and its utilization in construction from Professor S.K. Singh, Chief Scientist and Head of Delhi Center of Central Building and Research Institute.
Very good afternoon to all, and I'm very thankful that SDG sir is here from CPWD, and he will took forward. Why I have written this upcycling, you know that everybody is saying recycling, recycling. So upcycling means we are going to make some newer products, new thing. We should not constraint with that ki only recycled products should be there. And before to my previous, he has said very rightly, Sanjay Dubey ji, that up to unless we will say C&D waste, then nobody is going to use. So we have to start saying that C&D resource material. So by that I am coming quickly to that problem and what things are going ahead. If you look into the global scenario, there is about 2.1 billion tons is being there, and you know that in India this C&D generation is more than 350 million tons, and that data I have collected, it is a very conservative side. It may be having more than 450 million tons, because you know that extrapolating those data from we could not get from 3-tier city and other places. If you look into that global aggregate demand, which has been more than 50 billion tons, and here in India we have a recycling more than 1%. So it's a very big challenge. If you look into the C&D plant, whatever the data I have been, only 34 plants is being installed, and this is the what I am showing, this is the installed capacity, and all plants are running less than 50%, somewhere 30%, 40%, and it's also a bigger challenge for those people to collect good materials. And upcoming plants is been about more than 36, which have a capacity about 20,000 ton per ton. So we have to look forward. Why that we are not going ahead, or we are not forwarding, or we are not coming out with the system. One very important thing what I have understood, that that grade of concrete what we have used into our construction sector was not M15 or that less than M20. So our recycled aggregate has a very high level or high percentage of adhered mortar, and until unless we are not able to remove those adhered mortar, so we are not able to make all those things. Already that Jitendra ji has been highlighted for new proposed code, and we have a chairman of that committee, that P.N. Ojha ji, within our audience, and that a lot of discussions and arguments has been carried out how we can enhance. But because that availability of recycled aggregate is a big challenge for utilizing into the construction sector, particularly in the reinforced concrete sector, so it has started. But definitely our technological innovation is very high, but our codes is much behind. So continuously BIS has geared up, but that we required updations and everything quickly. Not only that, we have an amendment and other things, but the process followed by BIS is very lengthy, and because they take all stakeholders' opinion when final things is been coming. Because today morning I was discussing with one of my friend, and he said, what's about NCR? You know that in NCR is only, it is more than 15,000 ton C&D waste are being generated, but data is about 10,000 or so, because that we could not capture or calculate those illegal throwing and creating a problem. So that was been one issues. I'm not going into the details of upcycling, but yeah, definitely we have to come up with the better and stronger projects, and we have to utilize, and definitely CPWD will be the leader and torch bearer who can take up these things. I'm telling when CBRI started way back in 90s, early 90s on fly ash, at that time, fly ash is treated as a toxic material. And, a lot of works has been carried out, and then when CPWD has brought into their specification, the confidence level has come up to the people. Yeah, if CPWD is utilizing, means it has a resource material. So that's why I'm saying, sir, without CPWD, maybe it is not going to take that light or that days. And that I can recall, after 2010 onwards, CPWD allow, okay, you use fly ash, brick, etc. So, majority of people started taking that one. So, that overall, and in CBRI, we are continuously providing technical input to different industries and different things. Not only we are being expertise in recycling or new constructions, but we have expertise in safe demolitions also, and we have carried out analysis of several. Also we have given all technical details in demolitions of Twin Tower Noida, which has generated more than 80,000 of tons of C&D waste, and majority of still lying, and I am hopeful that that RISE 11 will take care of those into their plants. So one thing is very important, what I am interested to know, because all that waste material, particularly plastics, etc., we are doing manual sorting, and several technology, our one lab NCL has come out with the sorting of plastic materials by technical and blowing out and collecting, but still we are been putting the health hazard to the human being. So we will come with that. Also, a lot of new technologies have to be involved into this one. And particularly if we are talking about the upcycling, so we have to go for treatment of coarse aggregate, particularly on thermal and chemical. Particularly, that organic chemical or organic acids will be the best solutions with a little bit more energy, and we can have a better products into that. So we should avoid on manual sorting, and this. We have carried out a lot of research into our laboratory sections in CSIR, CBRI, particularly heating and rubbing, not in very high heat, only going to 500 degrees centigrade for 20 to 30 minutes time, all adhered motor get removed from that aggregate. Also that eccentric soft rotator microwave methods, and a lot of acid particularly on oxalic and other treatments has been adopted. And also we have suggested a mixing technology, and recently we carried out into the laboratory for utilizing ultra fines, and BIS has come up with the ultra fine fly ash, and we have utilized into just filling the pores of this one, only less than 2.5% with the aggregates and cement, sometimes some energy in the RMC, and we are getting better result, or we can say equivalent to that normal coarse aggregate. We have to understand that in our country we have majority of concrete grade is M30 and M40 are utilizing. So we don't require a very high strength coarse aggregate or natural aggregate. So definitely this recycled aggregate should have important factors, and by that that Christine has shown carbonation treatment we have carried out, and we have found that overall strength enhancement of these coarse aggregate was more than 10%. But Again, there is a challenge because capturing the carbon dioxide from those industry, particularly steel or cement, and bringing to the different place is a big challenge. So it's not possible everywhere, but definitely in some places it can have the things. Okay. This is have been done recently, our lab, where we have removed, that adhered mortar completely, and we achieved the natural aggregate by treating the recycled coarse aggregate. A major challenge is that in India, we are not getting a recycled concrete aggregate. Rather than we are getting the mixed aggregate, and where that majority portions and whatever the recyclers has sold, majority portion is the brick bats and other brick pieces, which has a very high level of water absorptions, which is reducing the strength of the concrete. So different we have carried out, we have a transfer technology to the different industries, and also, that we have established the system and continuously providing technological updations to the industry. That quickly, because time has been there. One thing, so we have worked particularly, lightweight based aggregate concrete, and this is being recycled aggregate mortar, which is being generated huge quantity, and today we have thought that our technology is in well established, and one of my batchmate Rise 11 owner, so today myself and Ajay Agrawal has decided that he will purchase our technology and upscale into his plant, and I don't know, he has left or somewhere he has gone, and this is a well established, and this is the lightweight, particularly making lightweight block and lightweight concrete everywhere where we can utilize, and that has been done in a bigger. Recently we carried out with using CND waste for agroforestry waste, and we have gone with the bricks up to M10, means 10 MPa bricks, and having water absorptions was less than 20%, and it is a very good one for utilizing into the partitions and other purposes. So we are been going, and what CO2 sequestration system, I am not going to that details. What that majority of people has said, lack of standard sustainable materials. And that big challenge is that lack of consensus of end of waste status. That we have a different opinion, other people has a different opinion, so we have to come up with this. And also that comparing to the construction product is an environmental criteria. What we are doing, we are that directly comparing with the natural aggregate based material to that recycled or that other waste material. So that will be there. Another is economic feasibility hindrances, unfavorable market, and financial incentives, what every industry is asked. But I am very happy that Ajay Agrawal has brought, because that new contract they have taken in 1 rupees. But definitely if you will go with the full capacity, it is also a big thing. Also that sometimes people say कि sometimes CND waste have absorbed more CO2, chloride, iron, and other materials. So may it leach, may it will create for new concrete problem. No such, because that strong masking effect is being happening, means it has been put into that. So there is no things. And utmost important, unfortunately, JS madam has not been here. I have given a very, extensive proposal. What one of the participants has been asked, we should generate a dashboard interlinking all that collection point and all that recycling plant, so that that user handy things will be there, and people can know where will be the collection point, where is the recycler, and where I can get those materials, and which quality, means how much strength of the material we can look into that. So we have given, and also that major challenges is that we are talking about 1,000-ton capacity, 500-ton capacity, so per day. So we don't require for three-tier city, we required 5 ton and small mini crushers, particularly impact crushers having, that washing facilities, and that also I have been proposed, and some, that we have requested, we will do 2-3 location of smaller type 3-tier cities and bigger. So we have been revising the proposal as the instruction of, JS SBM2, and maybe we will present to her in the next meeting. So that is the basic challenges, and we have to look how we can go ahead with this. Biggest thing is that nobody has any system for assessing that how much CND waste are generating into particular city. Everybody is giving, some data, something, and that was not been. Also, that how we can have a legacy CND waste, which has been dumped in different part of the places into the city. Then recycling plant setup means how much bigger plant is required. Maybe we required of 100 ton or 50 ton, or only, that mini crushers is being required. What European countries are been doing, they are been putting. Very few people knows that DMRC has one plant in Delhi of recycling. So they are been recycling whatever they are generating. Also, that flow of waste, CND waste to that plant and other, that everybody has been, illegal dumping to avoid the things how we will have, and several, that things, tax benefit, incentive, and if really you want to be utilized more and more materials, so that we have to give a tax benefit to the industry. They should come up, and we should have a system that should assess really they are being crushing and utilizing, or they are just selling, part and part. Biggest challenge with the CND processing plant is the clay material, which is the we can say soil, etc., which is more than 35 to 40%. And we have never thought it should be go into the construction sector. Majority of things is being sold out to the people who has to fill up their houses and other thing in Delhi. But that is not feasible in other part of the country, so that was one issue. And this codes and other thing, that is being not only to be revised, that it should be continuously being added and amendments should be carried out. Okay, we have gone up to the 40% as a replacement, giving the similar results. So maybe if you have a better plant, better system, we can go to the 50%. So that will be there. And we have to be good products, and by upcycling those CND waste, and that should be given priority to the producers. So that will be there, and that what we lacks, that particularly CBRI has a very strong rapport with the CPWD, but and BIS also we participate in majority, but that we really never touched to the industry, and industries also that they are only interested making money rather than not investing a single pie. They thought it is the government responsibility, but if you look into the US and European country, industry come forward, that how we should do, how we should make those changes. So definitely I would request by this industries should come forward, and by academic institution, by research organizations, by upscaling those and this one is a very important, that government portal, and that should be a dashboard type of system, easy to use and anybody can have. So that is the important things, and by this I am being thankful that if anybody has any queries, they can ask in a letter. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Every waste is a resource. Let us now listen to what the industry has to speak about their approach for the CND waste management and the value creation. I invite Shri Shailendra Singh Ji, DDG, National Training Institute for Technical Professionals, Central Public Works Department, to share with us insights on promoting utilization of waste in public infrastructure.
A very good afternoon to all of you, senior officers, professionals, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be making a small presentation on from CPWD side. In fact, this is a presentation from the industry side, who will be, apart from generator of the CND waste, will be a consumer also CND recycled products. So, taking clue from what Secretary Sir and the Honorable Minister said in the inaugural session, that CPWD is one of the few organizations across the globe which has a legacy of more than 1.5 century. CPWD doesn't have only this long journey, but also it's among the few organizations which have very diverse portfolio, in the sense that the experience of CPWD in infrastructure development includes, setting up of academic institutions, constructing big hospitals and state-of-art laboratories, constructing road, bridges, tunnels, and inland waterways infrastructure, data centers, sports infrastructure, rehabilitation of old buildings, and not to say the revamping of national capital, the Central Vista project which is going on. CPWD, as I said, that like many other engineering organizations, is not only the creator of construction and demolition waste, but it also is one of the potential consumers of recycled CND waste projects. So while in this long journey, CPWD has been a benchmark organization, as has been discussed in earlier sessions. In fact, the point of pride for the department is that it has been mandated within the CND waste management rules 2025 to set standards for consumption of CND waste products. So sustainability has all along been at the heart of CPWD functioning. We have been working on reducing carbon footprint. We have been working on elevated use of recycled waste products. We have also been part of research on recycled waste products. In fact, you will be delighted to know that the ministry and CPWD is in very advanced stage of collaboration with academic institutions of excellence in the country, as well as the research bodies, for having a specific MOU to have a collaboration and research on CND waste products. And the last thing, CPWD has played a role of collaborator also. We have been talking to the industry at large, the manufacturers, the recyclers, the contractors, and researchers. So collaboration has also been one of the strategy of CPWD in bringing green features in the construction industry. Some of the initiatives which have been taken by CPWD are, we have made a specific provision in our policy document, which is CPWD Works Manual. And as was discussed in previous sessions, and has also been mandated in the law, that now CPWD has included large number of items in its schedule of rate. Schedule of rate is one of the publication of CPWD, which is not only being consumed by CPWD, but it is being consumed by the industry at large, be it other government organizations, be it private sector. So apart from the role of CPWD as an engineering organization, we have also been a framework organization and a standard setter actually. For specific and express uses, we have made provision in our contracts. And the last point is very important. This shows our discipline and commitment towards the greener side, because we have also put in place a online CND waste management system where there is a real-time reporting of CND waste generated as well as CND waste recycled products which have been consumed in our works. So these are some of the provisions which have been included in CPWD Works Manual. Since these presentations, I believe, will be shared with the participant or will be put on the website of the Conclave for the use of the audience and other players who are connected online. So we have given reference to our codal provisions, which will be, I mean, quite useful. You can bring back, Saurabh? Yeah. Apart from this, these are the two clauses which we have been specifically included in our policy guidelines. So going beyond, I mean, that one point which was being discussed, so this is an opportunity to clarify that also. In CPWD schedule of rates, we have already included 54 number of items. In fact, a wide spectrum of items have been included in our schedule of rates, and they are ready available for use, and CPWD has been extensively using these items in our contracts, and other organizations I'm sure are using these. So this is one area where we have provided the lead to the industry, and we have standardized the products, we have finalized the rates, and apart from the schedule of rates, since the time in 2016, the C&D waste management rules were put in place by the Government of India, we have been constantly, taking steps, of course, issue-based and need-based on many occasions, and have issued number of circulars for enforcement of use of C&D waste products in CPWD as well as elsewhere in the industry. So this is a plethora of guidelines, circulars, which we have specifically issued. Coming to the glimpse of C&D waste utilization, I mean, while we have been one of the major generators of the C&D waste in the country, we have not been lacking on uses of the C&D recycled waste products. Our uses is quite high, and as a responsible organization, we have ensured that the C&D waste generated during demolition, repair, construction, it goes to the recycling units and put to use in a more productive manner rather than as a responsible person or organization, dumping it at indiscriminate places. So we have demonstrated our capacity not only for the responsibility for for ensuring that the recycled that C&D waste goes to the recycling units, but we have also been very conscious of enhancing the use of C&D recycled products in our works. Apart from this, whatever BIS has prescribed so far, of course, there's a lot of revision is going on, lot of churning is going on, some better results will, more encouraging results will be coming in terms of better prescription in the BIS codes. But whatever has been prescribed so far by the BIS, we have already adopted in our guidelines. Some of the projects where we have used the C&D recycled products are enumerated here. Central Vista, you all know it's a very prestigious project of national importance. So there also, and some of these projects, we have extensively used the recycled products. This is just few photographs to show as to what kind of materials which have been used in our works. Having shown that, I would like to specifically highlight, of course, in the challenges part, I'll point it out that. So these are the some photographs which shows that we have been using C&D recycled waste products on an extensive basis. And some of the challenges and barriers which are coming in the way of enhanced use of C&D waste products are the quality related apprehensions. I am not saying that there is any fact or these are really poor on the quality front, but there is a widespread apprehensions that the products made out of the C&D waste may not be of the same quality or they may not last longer. So this apprehension need to be tackled, and in the way forward I will talk on this. Then segregation at source. This is one area where a lot of work is required. Recently we visited one of the recycling plant where all sort of debris was coming, and sorting out was a challenge for the recycler. So if we can enforce through commitment, through rules, through regulations or enforcement of the rules that the segregation will be done at the site itself or the source itself, I think that will be a great game changer in C&D waste recycling. inadequate recycling infrastructure. I mean, this is one challenge in metro cities and cities where demand is more or the waste is available in plenty. I think a lot of focus is there. But in type 2, tier 3 cities, there is hardly any infrastructure to take the processing of the C&D waste forward. So probably there is some, this is one area where a lot of things are required to be done. Enforcement gap, this was also discussed in previous sessions, though a lot of rules, regulations have been put in place, but enforcement sometimes becomes a challenge. And this gap in enforcement is one of the critical factor in lesser utilization of C&D recycled waste products. And that, of course, the lack of awareness, I mean, because the government organization are not expected to be the major consumers of the C&D recycled waste products. It is the society at large which has to embrace these products with an open mind. So for that, lot of awareness will be required. And coming to the last slide, the way forward, I mean, this is very important. So if I start with the research, I think more incisive research will be required. I will urge upon, I'll take this opportunity to urge upon the research bodies to engage into more incisive research so that we can build the confidence of the government organization, the private side consumers, and other at the society at large, so that they will be encouraged to use these C&D waste products, not only in the peripheral works. Actually, as of now, the major consumption remains in the secondary works. We have yet to reach to the stage of use of the recycled aggregates or sand in the main structures. So that confidence will come from the right research and whatever it takes. But it is one thing where a lot of investment may be required, lot of efforts may be required. Then, I mean, elevated role of technology, upscaling of technology will be required, both in segregation as well as in processing. To the best of my understanding, I mean, we are able to get plenty of recycled aggregate, but we are not able to get good quality of recycled concrete aggregate, which we can confidently use in our structural work. So this is one challenge where technology intervention may be required apart from the research. One area which I have unfortunately not mentioned here and was mentioned by the officers from the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation, that whatever products they are putting in the market out of that recycling plant, that is having some kind of certification. I mean, NAVL he was mentioning. So credible testing of these recycled products is also an area where a lot of efforts are required, because credible testing will build the confidence of the users in increasing the scale of use of these products in various infrastructure projects. So this is one area. Then enhanced incentives, of course, lot many incentives have been built in the policy itself, which was highlighted by the officer from Ministry of Forest and Environment, which is a policy making body for C&D recycled management. So they have highlighted there are some incentives, but enforcement and honest extension of these incentives to the recyclers, to the users, consumers, would be a critical factor in determining the future of recycled waste product use. Then capacity building is, of course, I mean, whatever takes, whether the government has to incentivize the recyclers or the researchers or the professionals who are engaged in the profession of recycling of the C&D waste, on capacity building, whatever is required need to be done. In the inaugural session, one of the steps taken under the worthy guidance of the ministry was that the CPWD has signed a MOU with SINTEF, and some more MOUs are in pipeline. So these MOUs essentially, I mean, talk about or provide a framework for capacity building for the professionals so that we can upscale the use of C&D recycled waste product. And the last point which I will like to highlight, the advocacy. I think this is one part which is very much missing in this whole arena of recycling of the C&D waste, because the consumers at large, which is not only need to be, I mean, the government organization or the large infrastructure developer, It has to be the people at large, the small scale construction which are going in type 2, type 3 cities or even smaller villages. I mean, if we can provide the infrastructure there and we can encourage the society about the virtues of the recycled products, I think we will be able to tackle the menace of dumping or indiscriminate dumping of the construction waste. I mean, this is a smaller part that we want to avoid dumping. The greater part is that we want to avoid our dependence on natural resources and virgin materials. As you know, I mean, there is, after all, there is a limitation of natural resources, and there is a cost in terms of environmental degradation and other things. If we go for regular mining of the natural materials and don't utilize the resources which are available before us, then I think we are going to do great injustice to our future generations. So I will again utilize this platform for this advocacy part, that the government has to probably take a concerted effort and create a kind of advocacy where more and more people are encouraged and they are aware of the virtues and importance of recycling of the C&D waste and use of the products which are made out of the recycling of the C&D waste. With this, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Let us now listen to the developer's perspective in utilizing the C&D waste in the construction sector. I invite Ms. Ankita Singh, Assistant Manager from Environment Vertical of L&T. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we know, a lot of public infrastructure is being built, and due to which various C&D waste is being created, and most of the C&D waste is being dumped. Most of the C&D waste is being dumped in the low-lying areas or roadside areas. So to tackle this issue, we need to know why we want to manage C&D waste. So this is a part of we have 17 sustainable development goals to achieve zero net carbon emissions. So this is also a part of this. Also, Swachh Bharat mission is under C&D waste management. Experience of C&D waste used in L&T projects are, we are using it in airport boundary wall backfillings. We are also using in some low land area for which is filled with C&D waste. We are reusing in paver block works. Also, we have concrete recycling plant in one of our batching plant. So this is we have used in the existing road by using the existing aggregates. We have built a road where reclaimed material used was 5.48 lakhs metric ton. Diesel saved was 47 lakh liters. And emission prevented was 12,700 tons CO2 equivalent. One of other project was Meerut Aligarh Ghaziabad road project, where we used the CCPR technology, and which reduced the consumption of virgin material for approx 10%. Also, fabrication of portable handrail post, boundary walls in airport, and some paved roads also. This is concrete recycling plant at batching plant of one of our batching plant in Gurgaon only. So here we segregate, we crush the concrete, and then sand and aggregates are segregated, and then we again reuse it in PCC works. So previous presenters has already discussed in details about the reuse of the construction and demolition waste. So I'll just give a brief, like we can use it, we can reuse it by setting up stationary recycling plants, mobile recycling plants for smaller waste, and stationary for the large quantity of waste. Then we can use it as stone slabs, timbers, piping, railings, to the extent possible and depending upon their condition. Also, we can use it as a granule sub base. So these are the like M sand recycling aggregates. These are all earlier discussed with technical specifications. Recycled concrete aggregates, metal and other scrap reuse. What are the concerns we are facing is basically lack of disposal facilities, regulatory uncertainty, cost burden, illegal dumping risk. And these are all because we are not aware about C&D waste. Most of the people are not aware where to dump, what to do with that waste. So these are the reasons of concerns for the vendors. This is all from my side. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I think I gave the answer. Thank you so much. Now I request Mr. Sebastian Markert, Project Director, Integrated Urban Climate Action for Low Carbon and Resilient Cities Project from GIZ India, to share with us the C&D Waste Management Plan for Shimla, Himachal Pradesh.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. I think I'm the last one now, session number 10 of this very, very interesting and relevant series of sessions on construction demolition waste. My name is Sebastian Markert. I'm the project head of Urban Act India from GIZ, German International Corporation. Urban Act, the project called Integrated Climate Action for Low Carbon and Resilient Cities, working for climate action in urban areas in the field of mitigation and adaptation, and is funded by the International Climate Initiative of the Federal Republic of Germany. Shimla is one of our partner cities of the project, and we with GIZ have a very strong cooperation with Shimla Municipal Corporation. And here the construction and the demolition waste management sector has been jointly identified as one of very important action area, which called for joint initiative, joint action. And the presentation that I will now show you, I keep it also quite short and quick, really focusing on the most essential points. Based on the current situation in Shimla, we have developed concepts and recommendations jointly for effective C&D management system in hilly areas with a specific focus on Shimla. We will see now recommendations concerning suitable site selection, technology, operational model, and financing options. Existing scenario, no formal C&D waste management concept in Shimla is currently really existing. We also need to know that C&D waste characterization in hilly areas is quite different to other cities like Delhi or in the lowlands. Like in Shimla, any old building demolished has more wood and muck component, and there's a further challenge in hilly areas. The indiscriminate dumping of C&D waste has blocked or is currently always blocking natural drainage system and is contributing to devastating landslides that hilly areas, as we all know, unfortunately are regularly experiencing these days. Also explained that the C&D waste is also getting loose, is mixing with the soil, and then also becoming really an essential part, triggering and becoming an essential part of landslides. So there's really, in the hilly areas, a separate need to look for C&D waste. Special focus need to be given on that due to the specific composition on the one hand and the particularly hazardous nature on the other hand. Yeah, and for analysis of the proposed site, you see a number of criteria that we have used that is really important for selecting a suitable site for C&D waste processing plants, here particularly for the hilly areas. Obvious things like the accessibility, there should be a good road, not too far from the city, some distance to the next settlement, but we also, of course, have to check here, for example, the slope, that it is not too steep, the topography, elevation, and so on. And then, if you see the map here, where some potential areas have been identified. Apart from the location, one needs, of course, also decide on the technology. And yeah, there's so 3 possible technologies for C&D waste processing, as you might all know: dry, wet, and hybrid processing, with the respective advantages and disadvantages. For the sake of time, let me quickly move forward to the next slide. We are having also 3 types of processing units that we have identified that could potentially work for Shimla and for hilly areas in general, considering the particular situation, space restriction, etc. But however, as you also see, all have their pros and cons, and we will soon jointly analyze with the city on which options we'll go for. What would we here recommend? So given the chronic water scarcity in Shimla, given the fact that there is already some earmarked land for waste management with some construction, demolition, waste dumping also in Shimla. This is the burial site, which is already there in use for the disposal and would then also be performed as an integrated facility. And also keeping in mind the general operation stability, we would recommend setting up a stationary integrated facility at that burial site. Show it again here. In the map, this is that one in the south left-hand side, which is already the existing site, the burial site, with a dry processing configuration that would represent the optimal technology solution for Shimla. And in addition, also for particular bulk waste generators, of course, mobile crushing units can also be considered. And now, after selecting the technology, also very important to agree on an operational partnership model, where there are actually 2 options here identified: a hybrid model and a public-private partnership model. Hybrid model is bringing the waste from the source, collecting, transporting to the processing site, all directly done, the C&D collection transportation by Shimla Corporation, and the private party is doing the setup operation of the plan, where you can also see here collection and transportation done by the municipal corporation, whereas the processing and the disposal done by the respective private party. Or we have the second concept, the more private-led, full private-led PPP model, where everything is directly handled and managed by the private sector, including the collection and transportation. However, it of course needs a strong public oversight role for the municipal corporation. You see here the direct actions and implementation is done by the private sector under the oversight of this case, Shimla Municipal Corporation. Again, here very quickly an overview on the SMC-led hybrid model and the private-led public-private partnership model. So main difference is that in the hybrid model, collection transportation is more public-led and is public-led, and in the PPP model, the regular oversight and the concession management needs to be done more strong by the municipal corporation as it is in the private hand. Additional deliberations here, it would be also a very good option to include neighboring ULBs here in the sense of a clustering model. So we're suggesting a 50 tons per day unit to be set up in Shimla, and those 50 tons per day also need to be processed, of course, to make the whole thing financially viable for the private party. And as Shimla alone might not produce as much, there is the general idea to invite also C&D waste from nearby ULBs and also places of touristic importance to really make this C&D plan work and operation and efficient. And yeah, this would be the ideal solution, in addition also to support the small ULBs nearby, as they might not have enough capacities in resources to set up their own C&D waste plans. However, this of course also then needs, and we discussed about this also in the presentations before, the state intervention, as lots of horizontal coordination and understanding between the involved ULPs and further related stakeholders need to be there. Yeah, looking at the revenue streams, again here, a little bit as a summary of the set, a hybrid model, SMC will collect the user charges, fees from the generators, and then the direct tipping fee paid by SMC for the private operator based on the amount of waste they receive for the processing, whereas in the PPP model, the private party collects everything directly from the generators, and in both cases, the entrepreneurial incentive, of course, would be the revenue from the sale of the recycled products, and also to promote even further the private companies to come in there, there shall be also a buyback arrangement set up by the respective local authority or state government. This again is overview on who is covering what in these respective two cases, two concepts. Here, I think also of interest is the capital cost breakdown for setting up this 50 TPD in a hilly region in Shimla with all the specification mentioned, with a transfer station also. We roughly calculated a 7.18 CR capital costs. Yeah, and here also I think also nothing new. Funding options for such an exercise, central state urban missions, the PPP models, grants, state-level initiatives, and then the self-sustaining revenue mechanisms. Yeah, and here we are having some general recommendations on the way forward for effective C&D waste management for hilly regions here, and particularly for our partner Shimla, in the fields of policy regulation, institutional strengthening, and financial management. And yeah, we have seen now, I think, the requirements for really the particular requirements for a proper construction demolition waste management in the hilly regions. And we have also discussed with Madam Rupa Mishra that will develop SOPs for construction demolition waste in general in hilly region based on our studies and experience in Shimla under the Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0, which then can be applied not only in other hilly cities in India, but also in the whole region, like in neighboring countries like Nepal, in Bhutan. So this is also where we then also can bring our good experiences and work from here in other areas of the region. So far from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, in first part, as we did national policy, global policy, and then implementers perspective, then we have a question answer session also. In this second part on standard setting research and plus industry approach and also city level planning, these three type of presentations have been made. So I request presenters to kindly come on dais. We will take few questions as discussed that will be shaping in that what roadmap we are making and what are recommendation, and we have to further take action on this. So I request Mr. Jitendra Kumar Chaudhary ji, SK Singh ji, Sailan Singh ji, and Miss Ankita, also Mr. Sebastian. Kindly text it. So now floor is open. Earlier you people have a lot of enthusiasm, raised many good questions. So now speakers are in front of you. If you have any query, any doubt that may benefit you also and others also, kindly raise your hand and ask questions. Yeah, please mic दे दीजिए उनको.
Hi, thank you all for great talks. This is Keshav from Indian Institute of Science. So I have two questions. The first is to Professor Singh. In your experience, what are the short-term and long-term R&D needs for incorporating more C&D waste into structural concrete? That's one. And the second question is to BIS. So is BIS in the process of considering performance-based standards? Because as long as if you give the flexibility to engineers to design concrete mixtures that meet a target performance, right? It shouldn't matter how much of C&D, technically there shouldn't be an upper bound on it, right? So is BIS going to consider performance-based standards? Because, well, in the US with AASHTO PP84, in Europe with the FIB model code, everyone's moving towards performance-based standards. So, two questions. Sorry.
Very good afternoon, and really, you know that whenever we talk about the structural grade concrete from the recycled aggregate, only, you know, that issue is the processing. We could not able to remove the quantifiable amount of adhered mortar from, you know, that recycled aggregate. One thing. Another is just segregations, because you know that majority of our recycled material is of poor grade, because you know M10, M15, and also you know that mixed. So how we can go ahead with the processing? We have to add, you know, that processing system. What we have suggested that some, you know, adding ultrafine fly ash based, which is being, you know, coats has come up, and it's a very good results we are achieving, and we have to adopt the, you know, change in mixing processing. So both the things, if you are not able to do, so we will be, you know, that finding with these difficulties, and we were just going to use into the curb stone and other prospects. So we have to segregate, we have to come out with the recycled coarse aggregate from the concrete. So that will be going to be used into that RCC framework, otherwise it will not. Another thing is that, you know, biggest, if you can recall, because I have been from the Central Building Research Institute in the mindset, and if CPWD come up with something, you know, so people will start using, okay, means CPWD has, you know, taken, because everybody think, you know, that they have a very good engineers, very qualified, and it is true also. So if they are going to use only, you know, that low grade, you know, in a concrete, etc. So it will be like that only. And when CPWD is going to approve, it will be bringing that, yeah, we have been using into the reinforced cement, concrete, and other things. So automatically that mindset will change. And what I have said into my presentations, when CBRI in early 90s we started working on fly ash, then everybody says it is the toxic, and up to 2000 people are saying it is toxic. After 95, little bit change into the mindset. Similarly, you know, that we have done my team along with the CRRI team on steel slag. Everybody said, you know, that chromium 6 and other, you know, heavy metals are there, it will not be used. And we have carried out, you know, tremendous studies and found no, it can be used, and right now people have started using, and you know, a lot of research has been done, and implementation part is required. Another things I have already requested madam, and madam has listened to me, and we are coming up with some dashboard, you know, some small, you know, recycling plant, you know, for tier 3 city, and some bigger plant, which has been totally monitored for 3 years, 4 years by CBRI and by model, and that other people should going to adopt. So this is my, you know, submissions.
So I think another part you can discuss. We have some coffee also outside. We will take second question, right? Yeah.
Namaste. I am very Dilip Dua, this side from Dehradun, Uttarakhand, in the business of hydro and power, now in the river cleaning business. My Honorable Prime Minister has gone for circular economy, and we have been doing a lot of cleaning and sorting work in Sabarmati in Gujarat. Now what we are looking at is Yamuna or Najafgarh drain, which is Saibi river. So I have a question, and Honorable Minister is also here, that the sludge and the silt which will be brought out from these two river bodies or our Yamuna Ma, how Shailendraji will plan it under the gazette notification under CPWD, that the silt which comes out, whether it is a sand or aggregate, what is the plan that the rate for that schedule rate will be available to the consumers, whether it can be local consumer or it can be a institutional consumer? How does that planning ahead with the CPWD is there?
I think मैं इसका एक बार थोड़ा सा जवाब देता हूँ. You might have heard already the estimated quantity of CND waste is 300 million annually. Compared to that, this Sadra and Najafgarh, it will be very, very little and a fraction. More emphasis we are giving on the real that CND waste coming out of demolition, out of construction and other activity. So once this major part we are able to deliberate and go ahead, the sludge and related silt and other those contaminated thing also will take care. But our major emphasis here is that the major quantity that is coming in millions of tons, let us first find out solution to that. But anyway, if you want to comment, that is fine. No, this is we are finding solutions so that once it is processed.
My question is there is lot of illegal dumping which has happened pan India into the rivers. When we make bridges in the river, when we are trying to do some work in the rivers, we make temporary roads. We make we dump derbies in the rivers.
Your
so
problem,
those derbies don't come out.
Your
so my
problem
only
is well
question
taken.
is if
That's
those
why we are
derbies are
here.
going to come out, what is the plan?
Problem is well taken. That's why we are here. Before that, we have not discussed. When this problem has compounded, we are here. Right?
Actually, your point is well taken, but we will have to appreciate that we have to deal with lot of legacy waste. So when we segregate the legacy waste, whatever CND waste will be recovered, that will be further recycled, and if it meets the standards which have been set by the standard setting bodies, then of course it will be used. And as far as role of CPWD is concerned, I mean, we have already provided number of products, number of items in our schedule of rates. So if the products made out of this recycling meets the standards, I think there will be no reason for not using it further. So I hope it,
Okay, thank you. One last question from, gentleman.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry. Enhancing CND waste regarding what is happening, sir, just during this all sessions here, everyone has agreed and pointed that adhered mortar and carbonation, etc., is very, very detrimental, very deleterious effect, and the products coming out of this recycled material is very injurious for reconstruction purpose. But I have not seen any tenders coming out from any of the ULBs specifying this requirement. So basically, there is no product specification is coming in the ULB tenders. So for that reason, what is happening, this technological plant, if you are installing, will be costing you 5 to 10 crores. That is competing with a 50 lakhs plant, which is simply a crusher and a screen. So this anomaly has to be removed so that the correct material comes for the reconstruction purpose, and there are some BIS standard adhered to this. This is number one point. Second small point, sir. We have studied various 4 or 5 legacy dump sites, because it's 2016 only CND waste has come into being. Before that, CND waste was not identified separately. So before 2016, whatever the millions of legacy waste are lying in every city, that is almost having 40 to 50% sand in aggregate. We are not talking about that. That should be taken into account, how to process it. Process and technology is available, but that is only being shifted from one dump site to another dump site. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Can I add? Yeah. Sanjay Singh has said, because he's been representing a CDACA and that, he has said very rightly that we have some processing system, and which has been cycloning method, removing the adhered mortar and other things. Definitely, if you compare with the normal impact crusher and screening, definitely that things will be strength and other issues will be there. And majority of organization are CND processors. They are going with all the technological innovations into their plant, and I hope that in future also they will go ahead with that. And regarding that codal provisions, if you say, codal provision doesn't say like that ki what they said ki this is the type of aggregate, this is the product, this is the properties what we required. And because if you are talking alternative aggregates or alternative sand, means recycled fine aggregate or that, so we have given some discount to them. Okay, finer can be more than this, and this aggregate crushing value can be little bit lesser as compared to natural aggregate, to promote the circularity and sustainability. So I hope that ministry for bigger plant, definitely they will go ahead with that, ki they should have a complete setup where they can able to remove the adhered mortar and other things. And for smaller plant, okay, because that we have to look into that smaller city also. So there, I don't think a bigger and whole processing system is required for curved stone or that blocks, etc. So both the things can be accommodated in a proper fashion. Anybody would like to add?
Just I would like to add, strength-wise, although we have started using this in our, let us say, constructions, but you have seen in case of Europe up to 70%, 90% they are utilizing. Even in India, I think it is BMTPC or TIFAC, they have found in research only 10 to 15% strength mein there is difference, not more than that. And when things evolve, research happens, I think strength-related perception will be vanished very quickly. And cost is also going to guide that compared to virgin material. When this will become more affordable and that become out of afford, then definitely this will be there. Second thing, जो आप dump site का बोल रहे थे, and whatever we are doing, we are aware, and in many dump site based on study from CRRI and other, we have also seen that 60 to 70% inerts are there. But these 60 to 70% inerts, mostly they are being used in road and filling and other work. Now IRC has also brought out their guideline on this road, and 121 something 2017, they have specifically mentioned that in road, subbase and other, this can be used, and their huge requirement of earth is required. So this is this can be used very effectively there. So these things are evolving. I think जो आपका concern है, it will not be after processing another mound, बल्कि it will be utilized beneficially. And capacity wise also, as you heard in the morning session, Honorable Minister mentioned that whatever fresh waste is coming, that also we have to process, and whatever legacy is there, that also we have to reduce. So your concern is well taken. On the similar line we are working. Let us hope how quickly we catch up what Europe is doing. Thank you.
Just to take it into account, that downsizing is not CND waste processing. Just simply breaking the big lumps into a small lumps is not CND waste processing. It is happening. Yeah, I'm not saying you are not understanding. I'm putting my point. It's just breaking the big lumps into small lumps is not the CND waste processing. It requires a scrubbing, it requires grading, it requires a screening, it requires removal of lightweight materials. Like in our CND, you want everything. Chappal, juta, kapda, plastic, thermocol, spoon, cup, plates, everything is available in that. So just breaking it into a smaller pieces is not CND waste processing. That is my understanding.
I think many presentation you might have seen, breaking is one part which we are crushing, but there is screening also, then breaking, then segregating, all those aspects are there. And what you are telling, I think this is the mainstream part of processing CND waste. Alone crushing is only one part of whatever big lumps of demolition waste is there, but all other things may segregation and everything is happening. Anyway, thank you. We will again be in touch, and I think with this I thank panelists. I think this Okay, 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 okay.
I thought we have to discuss after the presentation, but let us, I can suggest, I think that was based regarding the performance-based standards, how we are deciding to go on that one. So, yes, definitely, we have planned that thing in mind. As of now, since we are now going to improve the extent of utilization of the waste materials in our aggregate, so with that thing, we are going with the current revision. Of course, in the future, we are keeping that thing in mind that as this year only, we have shifted and we have revised all our furniture and hardware standards to performance based. Similarly, for the aggregates also in the next revision, in the future revision, we will be doing the modification for the performance based parameters. That thing will be covered and all the aggregates will fall into that category. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. इसको एक बार रुको मैं सेट करा दूं. हाँ, हाँ.
After the exhaustive session during the day, we are beginning the concluding session of the Breakout Session 3. It is our esteemed privilege that we are joined by Shri Ashish Soodji, Honorable Minister, Urban Development, Delhi. I now take the opportunity to request Minister Sir, Rupa Mishra Ma'am, Dr. V.K. Chaurasia Sir, and Shri Shailendra Singh Ji from Mahua to join on the stage for the concluding session. Now I request Dr. V.K. Chaurasia Ji, Advisor, Central Public Health and Environmental Engineering Organization, CPHO, to briefly share with us the breakout session's recommendation summary.
Honorable Minister, Urban Development, Government of Delhi, and esteemed delegates. Afternoon se evening ho gaya. Fir bhi Chaurasia ji wants us to have another round of discussion and session. So obviously I can understand that after a very exhaustive technical discussion, the appetite for more technical aspects would be very limited in the room. Nonetheless, so we will like to certainly listen to the experience of Honorable Minister, especially with a complicated place like Delhi, leading it and managing it. Before that, few points which strike in today's discussion. First is cities at the forefront of management. So how do cities actually improve their collection, create processes to ensure that people are incentivized to give the C&D waste? How do we create mechanisms so that waste is not dumped? There is a traceability so that all the C&D waste that is getting generated actually reaches the site of processing. How do we create facilities, whether in cities or as regional clusters, to be able to process it, not necessarily only crush it? And then most importantly, as we can see in Delhi, only setting up of plants is not enough. There has to be offtake and there has to be appetite. So which means from generation point to absorption point, matching demand and supply, and cities being able to manage it. And I'm emphasizing on cities because this is about cities. This discussion is about cities. So clearly, we need to evolve stronger mechanisms to address all elements of this process. I will again flag a few questions. We will not necessarily have all the answers now. Number one, let us say there is a plant in Delhi, 5000 TPD, generates X pavers, Y blocks, Z aggregates. At that point of time, CPWD in its buildings needs a certain kind of material in the month of September. There is a mandate that in this particular month, CPWD, you have a target to uptake that. If that plant does not necessarily produce it at that particular time, this engineer is not going to delay his or her project just to wait for that recycled material, which means that that unit has to operate extremely efficiently, meeting the requirement of the user. That is one. Second is, for every little generation that is there in the city, what is the incentive that people will go and actually drop it at your collection points? You might be having 150 designated collection points. They might be all on the app. How many citizens are actually checking the app and going and seeing that I need to dump my waste only at that particular location? So how do we make it so simple that citizens, generators, everybody is incentivized for it? Is technology the answer? Is better processes the answer? Is heavy penalty the answer? Or is some other incentive or disincentive the answer? We were all here in this room to possibly find answers to that, whereas of course a lot of the discussion went into the quality and other aspects, but fundamentally, unless our cities are ready to find answers to these basic questions, and all of us together cannot put these building blocks together, how much ever R&D we do, but cities will continue to struggle to deal with it on a day-to-day basis. Therefore, what I am looking forth is in the coming days. For example, when you're talking of Swachh Bharat Mission, what is it that we are giving in Swachh Bharat Mission? We're giving a certain quantity of an additional central assistance to set up certain plants. That will not be enough. Which means, moving ahead, how do we bring in those reforms and strengthening in all the urban clusters? Second point, it is not just about cities. For example, again take the case of Delhi. Let's say there is a railway construction happening. Do they get their construction and demolition waste to our plant? Possibly not. When we are talking of cities, it is only literally getting confined to the corporations or the local bodies, which means there are various other entities that are construction agencies that are remaining outside the radar. From here, I will draw your attention to the very first presentation that CPCB made today, and that was about the change of rules. And in the change of rules, like in the EPR for plastic, they are looking at a responsibility for all the waste generators above a certain quantum. So given that that rule is there, are we having the readiness? And if we were to do it, what is it that we will need? I will be looking forward to feedback on these kind of things from states and urban local bodies in the weeks to come as we go down in the regions. And a lot of it we will try to bring forth in the next phase of Swachh Bharat. But it is not just about Swachh Bharat, it is about the whole of urban agenda which we are driving, be it SASKI, be it other reforms, be it CPWD aspects, etc. So as all of you step out of this room, I want you to move out only with one thought in your mind. How do we see the potential and the value of every sand and grain that is coming out of our system? And how do we create a system of incentives that will ensure that nothing goes into the landfill? To plow it back into the system, be it cost, be it quality, be it standards, be it procurement, be it designs, be it capacity, be it competency, be it collection mechanism, be it IT, be it the industry, be it whatever. We need to build all these blocks together, and the fact that construction industry of India will be contributing the second highest to the GDP at about 13, 14, 15%. We as every city, we as every state, and we as a nation must work backwards to see what percentage of this construction industry will be from recycled material. And when we are planning our next building, when we are planning our next project, is that on the top of our radar as to what percentage of material of my building is going to come from recycled material. Unless this change of thinking, unless this change of lens happens in every urban designer, urban planner, etc., we will still be struggling with the nuances. I'm glad that today we discussed about various points. I now look forward to listening and learning from the wisdom and experience of Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much. The day started with discussion on the challenges of urbanization. And one of the biggest challenge which urbanization poses in front of us is pollution. And one of the contributors to the pollution could be the various factors in the construction industries too. And hence the C&D waste and the disposition of the C&D waste is being discussed here at length. And at a time when every day you read about the AQIs in the newspaper, being in Delhi, this discussion about the disposition of the C&D waste is all the more important. अभी रूपा मिश्रा जी ने आपके सामने जो C&D वेस्ट और कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री में उसको डिस्पोज करने की जो चुनौतियां हैं, जो रोड ब्लॉक्स हैं, उनके बारे में बात की। अलग अलग सेशंस में हमारे समक्ष इसके बारे में बहुत सारी बातें, टेक्निकल, उसकी क्वालिटी के बारे में, उसके स्टैंडर्ड्स के बारे में, इंडस्ट्री उसके बेहतर स्टैंडर्ड्स को बनाए, लोगों का विश्वास इस पे बने हुए मटेरियल पर आए। जो प्लांट चलाने वाले एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, उनके सामने भी ये चुनौती है कि लोग इसे सब स्टैंडर्ड समझने के कारण इस्तेमाल करने से भी घबराते हैं। मेरा मानना है कि सबसे बड़ी चुनौती डिमांड एंड सप्लाई के दोनों पैरामीटर्स को मैच करने का है। जैसा अभी रूपा मिश्रा जी ने आपके सामने कहा कि बिल्डिंग बनते समय मुझे जो चीज की जरूरत है वो उस समय उस प्लांट पर है या नहीं, ये अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है। मैं इंप्लीमेंटेशन एजेंसीज के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से जब इसको सोचता हूं तो पुराने समय में यह बड़ी चुनौती हो सकती थी। अब इसको ओवरकम करने के लिए विल की ज्यादा जरूरत है। कुछ ऐसे पैरामीटर्स सब एजेंसीज को, म्युनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशंस को या जो भी इंप्लीमेंटेशन करने वाली एजेंसीज हैं, उनको अपनाने पड़ेंगे। कहीं ना कहीं तो जो बिल्डिंग बनती है, जो रोड बन रहा है, जो फुटपाथ बन रहा है, उसका एस्टीमेट तो कहीं जाता है, किसी प्लानिंग विभाग पर तो जाता है। वो पुराना जमाना था जब टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं थी, जब बीओक्यूज बनाने में दिक्कत थी, जब इंजीनियर्स अपने हाथ से बनाते थे। अब डिजिटल इंडिया के इस दौर में एक थोड़ी बेहतर प्लानिंग से वो एजेंसीज इसको ओवरकम कर सकती हैं। कहीं ना कहीं जो प्लानिंग विभाग के पास जब एस्टीमेट अप्रूवल के लिए जाते हैं, वहां का कनेक्शन हमारे इन प्लांट्स के साथ एस्टैब्लिश करने की आवश्यकता है। मैं मानता हूं ये एक प्रैक्टिकली इसको सोचने की जरूरत है। मेरे यहां पर डीएसआई डीसी ने अनप्लान्ड कॉलोनीज में, अनऑथोराइज्ड कॉलोनीज में रोड्स बनाने के लिए, स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेन्स बनाने के लिए, फुटपाथ बनाने के लिए 400 करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट्स लगाए हैं। तो कहीं वो एस्टीमेट वेट होते हैं, कहीं वो एस्टीमेट चेक होते हैं, वहां से कितना मटेरियल, उसका कनेक्शन हम लोगों को आने वाले समय में टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से इन प्लांट्स के साथ एस्टैब्लिश करना होगा, ताकि दीज प्लांट्स आर ऑल्सो रेडी टू प्रोवाइड द मटेरियल. This gap between the demand and supply has to be first checked, then the matter about the standards, the quality, the rates and other things will come. तो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स के पास ये है कि एक साल में, एक फाइनेंशियल ईयर में कितने प्रोजेक्ट्स हमारे यहाँ होने वाले हैं, उनमें कितना मटेरियल लगेगा, उसमें से कितना मटेरियल यहाँ से प्रोक्योर कर सकते हैं, उसका एक डिजिटल माध्यम से प्लानिंग विभाग में जहां एस्टीमेट्स होते हैं, उसका एक कनेक्शन इन प्लांट्स के साथ, इन प्लांट्स की कैपेसिटीज के साथ, एडजॉइनिंग स्टेट्स के साथ थोड़ा बनाने की जरूरत है. बक्करवाला में कोई प्लांट चल रहा है, अगर दिल्ली में नहीं है तो बक्करवाला से बिल्कुल रोहतक बहादुरगढ़ में सप्लाई करने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. ये थोड़ा सा एक एरिया को भी बढ़ाने के साथ हम लोगों को इन चीजों को करने की थोड़ा आवश्यकता है. और दूसरी बात जो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है, हमारे देश में हम हर चीज थोड़ा एनफोर्स करने की तरफ अब ज्यादा विचार करने की कोशिश करते हैं. कुछ चीजें एनफोर्समेंट हमेशा बहुत ज्यादा कामयाब होने के चांसेस कम है. इन प्रोडक्ट्स के इस्तेमाल का इंसेंटिवाइजेशन करना और इसके प्राइसिंग के इश्यूज को भी चेक करने की आज आवश्यकता है. प्रोडक्ट बन जाएगा, अगर वो प्रोडक्ट महंगा है, अगर वो प्रोडक्ट बनाने वाला और यूज करने वाले को इंसेंटिव नहीं है, तो आप कितना ही पुश तो कर ही रहे हैं. अभी दिल्ली में हमारे सामने यही चुनौती है. शायद 11 लाख टन का हमारे को सीएनडी वेस्ट इस्तेमाल करना, और शायद हम 2 लाख टन इस्तेमाल कर पा रहे हैं. बार बार वी हैव कम आउट विद एन ऑर्डर दैट नो पेमेंट विल बी मेड अनलेस अ सर्टिफिकेट. बट आई एम नॉट वेरी होपफुल, दैट विल यील्ड, क्योंकि प्रोजेक्ट को एग्जीक्यूट कराने वाले के सामने अपनी चुनौती है, उसके पीछे सरकारें हैं जिन्हें सर्विस देनी है, पब्लिक को रोड बनानी है. तो उस समय चुनौती ये नहीं होती है कि केवल सीएनडी वेस्ट से बने हुए प्रोडक्ट को हम यूज कर पाए हैं. चुनौती टाइम बाउंड डिलीवरी की भी है. तो इंसेंटिवाइज करने की और उसकी प्राइसिंग के संदर्भ में भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी से हम सस्ते तरीके से इन चीजों को बना पाए. और फिर हमने सारा फोर्स, सारी ताकत इसी बात पे लगाई है कि सरकार उसको इस्तेमाल कर ले, सरकारी प्रोजेक्ट्स में इस्तेमाल हो जाए. हम नई टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ आज हर तरह की मार्केट अवेलेबल है. सैनिटेशन के सिस्टम में कोलर के प्रोडक्ट्स लेने वाले भी अवेलेबल है, उससे ऊंचे भी अवेलेबल है और कम भी. वी इन इंडिया इज ए मार्केट where consumer has enormous power to purchase. The only thing is we are able to provide him a product. तो हम उस तरह का क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट प्राइस के साथ बनाएं, compete करते हुए, अवेलेबल प्रोडक्ट्स के साथ compete करते हुए बनाएं, और उसके यूटिलाइजेशन और इंसेंटिवाइज करके उसको इंप्लीमेंट कराने के लिए सोचेंगे, तो शायद हम उसको बेहतर तरीके से लगा पाएंगे. रूल्स के बारे में पहली प्रेजेंटेशन में बात हुई, रूल्स के बारे में. तो कुछ यूएलबीज को और इंप्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसीज को इसके बारे में कुछ और सोचने की जरूरत है. देखिए, आज जो हम प्रदूषण से जूझ रहे हैं, उसमें सबसे बड़े कारकों में से एक कारक डस्ट पॉल्यूशन और व्हीकुलर पॉल्यूशन भी है. सीएनडी से जनरेट होने वाला डस्ट और बाकी चीजें भी उसका एक कारक है. केवल रोड की स्वीपिंग ही कारक नहीं है. तो इस दृष्टिकोण से इसको मीट आउट करने के लिए क्या जहां पर यूएलबीज और बाकी बॉडीज नक्शा पास करते हैं, तो क्या उसके साथ कुछ ऐसा मैकेनिज्म कानून में, रूल्स में डेवलप किए जा सकते हैं कि उस बिल्डिंग को बनाने के, उस बिल्डिंग के आगे बढ़ने के प्रोसेस में ये मैंडेटरी हो जाए। ऑल्दो इस तरह की एनफोर्समेंट हैज नॉट यील्डेड रिजल्ट, बिकॉज आज नक्शा के साथ दिल्ली में रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग मैंडेटरी है, बट द रिजल्ट्स आर नॉट वेरी गुड। तो किस तरीके से हम इसको इंप्लीमेंट करेंगे, इसके बारे में थोड़ा सोचने की जरूरत है। क्या क्या कानूनों में हम इसमें परिवर्तन ला सकते हैं। मेट्रो की साइट्स के बारे में अगर कभी सोचें तो मुझे बताया गया है कि मेट्रो अपने यहां जनरेट होने वाला सीएनडी वेस्ट को खुद ही प्रोसेस करके इस्तेमाल करती है। तो क्या अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज में, दिल्ली सरकार में या अन्य सरकारों में कुछ एक ऐसा विचार बन सकता है कि इस साइज के प्रोजेक्ट, मान लीजिए 2000 स्क्वायर मीटर की जो बिल्डिंग बनेगी उसको 30 लाख रुपए 35 लाख रुपए का सीएनडी प्लांट अपने यहां लगाना पड़ेगा। एट सोर्स हम उसको प्रोसेस करके रीयूटिलाइज कर दें, और जो कंस्ट्रक्शन इंडस्ट्री में ये प्लांट इज वेरी इजीली मूवेबल। 30-40 लाख रुपए जो इतने बड़े प्रोजेक्ट में लगाएंगे, अपने अगले प्रोजेक्ट पर फिर इसे ले जा सकते हैं। उससे दोनों तीनों तरह से हम फायदा उठा सकते हैं। सीएनडी वेस्ट कम निकलेगा, उसके ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के लिए व्हीकल्स कम निकलेंगे, उनका एमिशन कम होगा। उसका एक कैस्केडिंग इफेक्ट हम ले सकते हैं अगर हम एक साइज की बिल्डिंग्स में, एक साइज के प्रोजेक्ट्स में उसको वहीं सीएनडी वेस्ट को डिस्पोज करने की व्यवस्था को खड़ी करने के ऊपर कानून में, रूल्स में हम अगर जोड़ देंगे तो उसमें एक अच्छे रिजल्ट्स मिलने की संभावना मुझे दिखती है। दिल्ली में दिल्ली के अलावा और जगहों पर भी यह समस्या होगी, क्योंकि दिल्ली में मल्टीप्लिसिटी ऑफ गवर्नेंस है, इसलिए ज्यादा समस्या है। अनऑथोराइज्ड डंपिंग होती है, तो दिल्ली में अभी उसको टेक्नोलॉजी से मीट आउट करने के लिए ऐसी साइट्स को, ऐसे हॉटस्पॉट्स को आइडेंटिफाई किया जा रहा है। हम 6000 सीसीटीवी कैमरा इस अनऑथोराइज्ड डंपिंग को रोकने के लिए और उसको और बेहतर तरीके से करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। कुछ साइट्स को बढ़ाकर 250 ऐसी साइट्स को डेवलप करने की हम प्रयास कर रहे हैं जहां पर सीएनडी वेस्ट ट्रीट हो। धीरे धीरे उस पर सरकार के अंदर और इस पॉल्यूशन के कारण उन साइट्स के रख रखाव के संदर्भ में भी वो पूरी तरह कवर्ड हो, वहाँ स्प्रिंकलर्स का इस्तेमाल हो, इनके बारे में भी सोच विचार हर जगह पर होने की आवश्यकता है। जो आज अर्बनाइजेशन के कारण पॉल्यूशन और बाकी चीजें इससे जुड़ने के कारण दिल्ली में है, वो धीरे धीरे और जगह भी जैसे जैसे अर्बनाइजेशन तेज होगा उसके साथ साथ आगे आएंगी ही। पेवर ब्लॉक्स या फुटपाथ का मटेरियल ही हम खाली क्यों बनाएंगे? उदाहरण के लिए दिल्ली में पीडब्ल्यूडी या अन्य एजेंसीज एक्सप्लोर किया जाना चाहिए कि स्ट्रॉम वाटर ड्रेन्स वगैरह जो यहां से निकलने वाला रेडी मिक्स मटेरियल है, क्या उस ग्रेड को हम यहां इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं? तो शायद इन चीजों की खपत उन बढ़ाने में हम लोगों को मदद मिलेगी। तो ऐसे कुछ आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स नई चीजों के संदर्भ में भी हम लोगों को सोचने की आवश्यकता है। आज दिन भर जिस प्रकार से ये डिस्कशन हुई है वो अपने आप में बहुत एनकरेजिंग है। कुछ टेक्निकल एस्पेक्ट्स हुए हैं, मगर इन्हीं डिस्कशंस में से भविष्य का रोड मैप निकलेगा। जैसा मैंने अभी कहा, मैं एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ रेपिटेशन आई वुड लाइक टू रीइटरेट, जो आज दिल्ली की समस्या है वो कल और जगह भी होगी अर्बनाइजेशन के कारण। तो अभी जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में, जैसा आज सुबह भी बताया गया, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कुछ जो इंडिकेशन किए उसको आदरणीय मंत्री जी मनोहर लाल खट्टर जी के नेतृत्व में पूरा अर्बन डेवलपमेंट विभाग, रूपा जी और उनकी पूरे सभी साथी, उनकी टीम इसको आगे लेकर जा रही है। तो इस चुनौती को, ये वो चुनौती है जो कल को सबको फेस करनी है। तो आज नए साइंटिफिक तरीके और नए मानदंडों से अगर हम इसके लिए कुछ और बेहतर काम करने की कोशिश करेंगे तो न केवल कॉस्ट कटिंग भी होगी, पॉल्यूशन को लड़ने का भी तरीका मिलेगा, और जो एक चुनौती अर्बनाइजेशन में हमारे सामने आएगी उससे भी निपटाने का मौका मिलेगा। मैं इस सेशन में भाग लेने वाले सभी प्रेजेंटर्स का, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी लोगों का, पूरे मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन डेवलपमेंट का बहुत साधुवाद करता हूँ, बहुत बधाई देता हूँ कि उन लोगों ने एक बहुत गहराई के साथ इसको प्लान किया और आगे भी इसको इस दिशा में आगे चले। दिल्ली इसमें लीड लेने के लिए भारत सरकार के साथ, भारत सरकार के मार्गदर्शन में इसको लीड लेने के लिए वी विल बी मोर देन हैप्पी। थैंक यू वेरी मच। नमस्कार।
So, thank you very much, everybody. At the end of the day, we have come. Now we have come to the end of this session, and one thing was coming to my mind that only on CND waste, I think I don't know anybody remembering such a 3 hours, 3.5 hour session has anywhere happened in the country. Another thing, Honorable Minister. This is a priority because many people were raising this priority, and since we are in beginning stage, Honorable Minister 3.5 hour only these sessions, listening 10 presentations, and after that sharing his view. So this is a great guidance because compared to us, we always believe that Honorable Minister and public representative, they see a lot of area, meet a lot of people from all classes. So their guidance is, I think, more down to earth compared to sometime in government and research we do. So I really appreciate and thank Honorable Minister Ashish Sood sir for being here and giving us confidence and guiding all participants and suggesting those constraints. I think they are really very, very valuable. So thank you very much, sir, participating and taking out time. I also like to thank JS SVM ma'am. ये आप लोगों ने जो 10 sections इसमें देखे हैं, initially we come with brief a little bit, but that was not covering all aspect, and this entire session was designed so that every aspect is covered, so that all those people coming with dedication, they get all sort of guidance, so that in a holistic manner we are able to plan, learn, and even discuss and whatever the way forward may be. So I thank JS ma'am for guiding and deriving such a good, I will say, agenda that is covering not only policy, not only industry perspective, but also ULB, they are using research also, BIS also, and developer perspective also. So thank you very much, madam. I also thank all state governments, people, senior officers. They have been here for whole day, and their suggestions and I think guidance will go a long way. We will be chalking out all those, let us say, suggestions, and based on that, we will be tomorrow presenting, and we will keep on taking action based on that also. I also thank all participants from different, I think, sections, government, state government, and even say other institutions for being here and making this very, very, I say, successful in the terms that 3.5 hours also hall is full. So that is a great achievement, I will say. I also thank media and at the last my colleagues and CPWD, although you might be seeing more here in the stage, but actually it is their hard work, Mr. Anurag, their team, they have been here to plan all the things. So I really, it is a yes, big clap for CPWD. And at the last, I thank each one of you for participating actively, being here and making it successful. Thank you very much.
So tomorrow at 9:30 there is a circular economy session in the same room. We request the same enthusiasm and the same energy in this hall again. See you tomorrow. 302, sorry, my bad. It's at 302 and request the same enthusiasm and same energy in 302 hall number. Thank you.